Present.
Councillor Craig,
Present.
Councillor Deutschman,
Present.
Councillor Erb, Councillor Foxton,
Present.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Hunink,
Present.
Councillor Liggett, Councillor McCabe,
Present.
Councillor Nowak, Councillor Salonen,
Present.
Councillor Shantz,
Present.
Councillor Vervanovic, Councillor Williams,
Present.
Councillor Wolf,
Present.
and Councillor James is en route. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Colleagues, I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed, and this will be for receiving advice on a subject matter that is solicitor-client privilege related to potential litigation, discussions about identifiable individuals related to advisory committee appointments, and receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Technology is wonderful. We just have to wait for it to work. That is carried, colleagues, so we will now retire to the Waterloo room and be back after we're done closed. Colleagues, this will be your 2-minute warning. Please make sure that you're logged on to eScribe. Open session, moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your eScribe to vote. We are just confirming that eScribe is up and running. Councillor Craig, are you on eScribe?
I'm having trouble getting in. I'm just going to raise my hand, okay?
So
If I may.
Are you in favor, Councillor Craig?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. This acknowledgement is of special significance this week as we approach September 30th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This is the third time as a country we gather to observe this day and to reflect on a legacy of residential schools in Canada. This day honors the children taken from their homes, the survivors, and their families. This day is also known as Orange Shirt Day. Thanks to the commemorative efforts of Phyllis Webstad, we now see many of your neighbors across the community wearing their orange shirts this Saturday. I would encourage all of you to do the same. I want to recognize the excellent staff from all 8 local municipalities who are partnering together on a reconciliation action plan team, in particular Paula Whitlow and her team here at the region. We recognize that addressing the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission must be a collective priority. As a council and as an organization and as a community, we are making progress, but there is still so much to do. There's a number of events planned across the region this week, and I would encourage all my council colleagues and members of the public to attend as part of our collective work towards reconciliation. Crow Shield Lodge is hosting a sacred fire Saturday morning on 10 Huron Road. Healing of the 7 Generations has organized the annual Orange Shirt Day Walk from 300 Frederick Street, and there is an event being organized in Riverside Park by SOHAC, KW Urban Native Wigwam Project, Crow Shield Lodge, and Quelea Counseling. There are countless more important events occurring throughout the community, and I believe local media will be summarizing and sharing these events as we approach September the 30th. As we reflect on our shared commitment to truth and reconciliation, we are also reminded that of our commitment to a community that is safe, to a community that is welcoming for all, and where all residents feel safe accessing regional services. One of our agenda items this evening is a regional bylaw amendment related to this commitment. But before we move to delegations, I would like to ask our solicitor, Graham Walsh, to provide clarity on the intention and application of this bylaw amendment. Graham, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council, guests here this evening. My name is Graham Walsh. I'm regional solicitor here with the region of Waterloo. We have a short presentation to provide just before we move on with this evening's events. So my purpose for speaking to council this evening is really to introduce some of the key issues and terms behind the proposed amendments to the Code of Use bylaw, and to perhaps address some issues that have been put forward to the members of council in advance of this evening's meeting. Next slide, please. So the first thing I'd just like to note is that the amendments that were discussed 2 weeks ago at committee and moved forward by council are designed specifically to address and prohibit harassing behavior by one person against another on the region's premises, everything from 150 Frederick Street, where we all are this evening, to, for example, an Ion train. And an example of this is a person who is verbally abusive or otherwise harassed on a Grand River Transit bus on the basis of one or more of the enumerated grounds of prohibited discrimination that we'll talk about in a moment would be prohibited, that this type of activity would be prohibited under these proposed bylaw amendments. Next slide, please. These bylaw amendments seek to limit behavior or communication, and it's rooted in the limitation of behavior that is prohibiting behavior that is objectively would cause a person to feel harassed, and we'll talk about what that definition is in a moment. And just want to be clear as well, this Code of Use bylaw, the amendments are not intended to prevent legitimate political discourse on regional premises. Another key thing to note, that in advance of the effective date that is proposed of January 1st of next year, the issues that we're going to discuss today about focusing on harassment and harassing behavior from one person to another on regional premises, vice lawful protest or political discourse or activism. This is going to factor heavily into the training of our bylaw enforcers when enforcing this particular piece of legislation. Before we move on, I'd like to also note that this bylaw that is being amended today has been in effect since 2004. And these amendments were brought forward because it was felt in the community there was a need to update those for modern issues and some concerns that were raised in the community. But this is not a new bylaw. This is a proposed amendment or several amendments to an existing bylaw. Next slide, please. So what is it that is prohibited under these proposed bylaws? So subsection 2, sub 2 of Schedule B of the bylaw is proposing an amendment to add the following language, that communicating, causing, or permitting communication with any person in a way that causes the person reasonably in all the circumstances to feel harassed. And I'll highlight reasonably in all the circumstances. That's an objective standard at law. That's not what the person's personal beliefs are. Necessarily. It's would a reasonable person in the situation have reason to believe that this is harassment or action that would cause a person to feel harassed. It's an objective standard at law. And communication includes, but is not limited to, words spoken, written, or recorded electronically or electromagnetically or otherwise, as well as gestures, signs, or other visible representations. Next slide, please. So what is harassing behavior? We've noted that harassed includes, but it's not limited to, and we have right now currently, feeling tormented, troubled, worried, plagued, or badgered, or experiencing objectionable or unwelcome conduct, comment, bullying, or actions that could reasonably cause offense or humiliation. And I'll pause there and just note again, that could reasonably cause offense or humiliation. That is, again, the objective standard at law. Just because a person feels that they have been harassed doesn't necessarily mean that this bylaw would apply to it. There's an objective standard that would ask, would a reasonable person in that situation also have reason to believe that they have been harassed? And, reasonably cause offense or humiliation, including conduct, comment, bullying, or actions because of race, religious beliefs, color, disability, age, ancestry, place of origin, marital status, source of income, family status, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, or housing status. And I would pause just to note that when crafting these proposed amendments, that consideration was given to the Ontario Human Rights Code and to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to ensure that we are in compliance with both. And on that note, we'll go to the next slide. So we know that concerns have been raised in the community with respect to these proposed amendments and how the perceived effect this would have on the Section 2B right to expression. And of course, under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2B, everyone has the fundamental freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and media and other communication. It's worth noting that the Charter also includes, next slide, Section 1. So Section 1 states that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject to only such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And again, we have the objective standard, what is reasonable. So what this essentially states is that freedom of expression is a right guaranteed under the Charter, but there are situations where reasonable limits will be permitted under Section 1. And we would propose that when drafting the new legislation, careful consideration was given both to Section 2B of the Charter and to Section 1. And there are many other situations, both in Ontario and abroad in Canada, where similar either legislation in the form of criminal provisions or other legislation that prohibits or guides certain activity in the community does in fact limit to a certain degree freedom of expression. But because of what was being protected and what was being regulated, it was found to be a justifiable or reasonable limit under Section 1. That said, I understand that many of the concerns raised about these proposed amendments have to do with the right to lawful protest and the right to political expression or gathering in the community or similar to gatherings that have been in the news in recent weeks here in Ontario. And I would just like to state very clearly that this legislation is not designed to, and I would suggest there's nothing in the wording that currently prohibits or limits in any way the right to lawful gathering or a lawful protest. And I just want to put that out there that in drafting this legislation, drafting this bylaw, consideration was given to these factors. Next slide. On that note, Madam Chair, I'll hand it over. I know there will be further discussion and questions this evening, but the intent was simply to introduce some of the topics and the intent behind the legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. Before we go to delegations, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will now go forward. We'll proceed with delegations that are listed on the agenda. And I want to thank all delegations who have registered to delegate tonight. As a reminder, we also have an upcoming committee meeting on October the 10th for those who were unable to register in time for tonight's meeting. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you're called upon to speak. For those who are joining us electronically, please have your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called on to speak. Delegations who registered before the deadline will have 5 minutes. Delegations who registered after the deadline will have 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations. Derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others. Turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas shared with us from our community members. And a quick reminder for members of the audience, you are asked to remain in order. Please do not address the committee without permission from the chair, interrupt anyone, disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expression, such as applause, booing, or cheering, or displaying signs or posters. First delegation tonight is Helen Fishburne, CEO, Canadian Mental Health Association, Waterloo, Wellington. Welcome, Helen. You have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. It's a real honor to be here tonight with you all. And for those of you who I don't know, I know many of you, but I am Helen Fishburne, the CEO at CMHA Waterloo, Wellington. And I wanted to come and talk to you tonight about a recent survey that we did checking in with our community about their mental health and wellness. So first of all, why did we do this survey? As you all know, because you experienced it, it's been a really rough couple of years for us across the world, but certainly locally. You know, we're still unpacking layers of the pandemic. We're in a housing crisis. There's a financial crisis. There's really a lot of layers of trauma that our community is unpacking. And although we've got lots of data from our healthcare partners and certainly at CMHA, we really wanted to check in with our community to say, how do you define a mentally healthy community and what matters to you? And this is really important information as we think about planning and what our community needs to be able to thrive after some really, really difficult years. So the next slide. Next slide after that. So here is, I just want to highlight 3 findings for you in the survey as it relates to community contributions. The first is that 92% of our respondents, and we had 530 respondents through the Angus Reid Forum, and so 92% of those respondents identified that they wanted their municipal and local governments to really lean into the mental health space and make it a priority. Make it a priority in your planning, in your decision-making. Historically, mental health and addictions, along with healthcare, has been funded by the province, and there's been some of these kind of rigid funding lines, which often has felt a little bit like a hot potato. So the issues come up at the municipal level, that hot potato gets passed to the province, then hot potato passes to the federal government, when in actual fact, what we heard from the residents of our community through this survey is they want all levels of government to hold that hot potato. There's a lot of heat in our community that looks like suffering and struggle, and they're really inviting all levels of government to respond to that with action. So that was the first finding. The second is that 7 out of 10 members of our community sought help for mental health services, which is awesome. That's a great number. Of course, we want to see that increase. But it really shows that we're getting through that stigma and that people are reaching out. The third is they identified, and you can see this chart, although the printing is very small, there are the top 5 factors that people identified that they need to be well and to feel healthy. Those are access to healthy food and affordable food, access to affordable housing, public and personal safety, availability of parks and green space, and number 5, access to mental health services. Again, not surprising. We know this is the foundation of our wellness. As we all build our own wellness, these are the pillars that we build on, and our wellness is anchored on those. But certainly many of those factors are certainly within the realm of what the municipalities govern. So we see some great opportunities, again, to really lean in and grow our partnership. Next slide. So where did we rank in terms of the cities? We asked our 530 respondents, how do you feel about where you live across Guelph, Wellington, and Waterloo region? And you'll see the numbers there. So the top scores go to the city of Waterloo, coming at 6.8, and the city of Guelph coming at 6.7. You can see that the townships in Waterloo region rank a little bit lower, along with Kitchener and Cambridge, and then the lowest rating being in Wellington County, which for those of you that don't know, has a very large geographic rural area. So what can we learn from these ratings? So first of all, I would tell you, None of these ratings are awesome. When we want to think about our mental wellness and our health, we're not going to strive for a 6.8.
I was supposed to give you a 1-minute warning, Helen, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Edmund. We want to strive for an 8, a 9, or even beyond that. So we know we've got some work to do. We certainly need a strategy in our rural communities where we know folks are feeling disconnected, it's hard to reach services, and there's a sense of isolation and disconnection that has really been exacerbated by the pandemic. Next slide. So really what we want to do, sorry, one more slide, is to invite our municipal partners into this conversation in a much more meaningful way. We want to really lower the walls around those funding conversations and put mental health at the center of every part of our planning discussion, whether it's housing, food stability, all the planning that gets done. Let's do this together because really that's what our community is asking for. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you so much, Helen. CEO Lochner and I were just saying that one slide, there's a role for everybody to play on that first one that had all the green bars. It's
Yes.
very inclusive. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much, Helen, for all
Thank
your
you.
good work. Next delegation is Ashley Skaitema. She has 5 minutes to speak. Ashley, welcome.
Excuse me. Hi, sorry. My name's Ashley Skaitema. I'm a lawyer at Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, and I'm here tonight to speak to you about evictions and closures at the 150 Main Street encampment in Cambridge and the continual displacement of people experiencing homelessness in Cambridge. The stories that we've heard about how the closure at 150 Main was voluntary does not align with the stories that we've heard from the people that were living there. The reality is that people will continue to tent in Cambridge. They have no other options. We need the region to stop evicting people from encampments. We need the region to immediately designate a place where people can tent in Cambridge, and we need some clear communication from the region with regard to your plan. We heard from people that tried to set up tents at 150 Main, and they were told by security that no new tents were allowed, despite there clearly being space for new tents. We heard about a woman that left her tent for a weekend to attend a funeral out of town, and while she was away, Bylaw cleared her tent, disposed of her belongings, and then quickly fenced off the space so that no new tents could be set up there. Region-funded outreach workers I spoke with told me that they've spent days looking for this woman in the bushes and they have been unable to locate her, and they have significant concerns about her whereabouts. Many of the people I spoke with who were evicted from 150 Main moved to the field behind 150 Main, and then they were evicted from there. Many people settled at Soper Park in Cambridge, and I'm sure many of you have heard today that approximately 30 people were evicted from that space as of today. I'd also just like to add that last minute we heard that the eviction notice was extended until midnight tonight, and I'd like to stress that it's an extremely dangerous practice to do evictions after dark, and there have been deaths in other jurisdictions when this has happened. The people that were forced to leave 150 Main deny that leaving was voluntary. Many of the people I spoke with were not offered a space in shelter or a motel or any other type of suitable housing option. One person was offered a spot at the Herbs Road location, but he told me that he's born and raised in Cambridge, his family and all his supports are there, and he's nervous about moving from his community. Another woman was told, put your dog in the pound if you want to access the shelter. Another woman who has dogs and a trailer where she stores all her belongings was told she could try sleeping at a Walmart parking lot instead. One woman who was evicted from 150 Main and was living at Soper Park told me that she receives Ontario Disability Support Program benefits because she has a variety of physical and mental health disabilities. Her physical disabilities make it impossible for her to walk long distances to access food, and she was thankful that she could access these supports at 150 Main. When I asked her what she'd do if she was evicted from Soper Park, she said she, quote, has no clue. We have nowhere to go. We keep getting kicked out of every place. And she told me that her biggest fear is that she's, quote, going to freeze to death because it's getting so cold at night. The people I spoke with were predominantly women. families with adult children, and people with pets. Most people were people who were experiencing homelessness for the first time. Many have disabilities, and they're not able to access any type of shelter in Cambridge. In fact, last Friday when I was at Soper Park, I witnessed an outreach worker trying to call First Connect to assist someone that was tenting there, and it went to voicemail 3 times before they gave up. The frustration with this situation is palpable. So for those of you that don't know, First Connect is the regional run hotline where people are to call if they want to be connected with shelter. So first of all, you have to be lucky enough to have access to a cell phone, which is a significant challenge for people experiencing homelessness. Then you have to hope someone picks up, which wasn't the case last Friday. Then you have to hope there's space available in the
Ashley, you
shelter
have
at
1 minute
Cambridge.
remaining.
Thank you. Which, as you know, basically you're out of luck in Cambridge if you're a couple, a family, a youth, or a person with a pet. Many people, many women in particular, do not feel safe at this shelter space. With each displacement, the region is causing harm, but the region is also wasting resources. The region has outreach staff and region-funded outreach partners. Each of these displacements make it more difficult for these people to do their work. They can't find people, so they can't connect them with services. Never mind the trust that is eroded with each continual eviction. Nothing has changed since the Superior Court decision was released in January regarding the encampment at 100 Victoria Street. The number of people experiencing homelessness has only increased, and the shelters remain full and inaccessible for a variety of people. We're very thankful to live in a country that honors the rule of law. As a region, you went to court last year to ask permission to evict folks at 100 Victoria, and you were told no. You were told that those evictions would be unconstitutional. We ask that you respect that decision, stop unconstitutional evictions, and immediately designate a place in Cambridge where people can tent because they have nowhere else to go. Just as my final point, I am, and some other groups are happy to turn these points into a community memo if it would be helpful to councillors and to staff so we can take action at the next available opportunity. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Ashley. I've asked no applause. So take this as your second warning. Next delegation.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Craig, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do actually, and I appreciate the delegation and the commentary. However, I would ask the delegation if, in fact, do you think really that this issue that we're facing in Cambridge and throughout the region is simply a municipal one, or is it really the lack of funding from federal and provincial authorities?
I mean, I think it's easy to point the finger. An easy solution is allowing people to live in encampments until we have the funding or until we have better solutions. And that's up to you as a municipality. That's on your feet, your shoulders. So,
just one further follow-up, Madam Chair. One of the issues at 150 Main was the intervention of police on a daily basis. There was 259 police occurrences there. There was great concern, a lack of safety in the community and in the business community. Are you aware of that?
I mean, there were similar occurrences that were set out when we're talking about 100 Victoria. And if you look at the decision and you look at the evidence in the judge's decision, if you pick apart those occurrences, it's things like police showing up and asking, hey, have you seen this person? Or police showing up for various issues. It doesn't necessarily mean it's security or like actual safety issues. So I'd encourage you to actually dig into that data and see if the safety concerns are actually as significant as maybe, I'd suggest they're not as significant as you think they are.
Well, they are, in fact, and there have been a number of safety
Councillor
concerns
Craig,
over there. Thank you.
Yes, we're not here to debate delegates. Thank you very
I
much,
understand.
Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. The next delegation is Julia Mallett. Julia, you're here in person, I believe, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome, and you have the floor.
Just 1 minute. Good evening, Region of Waterloo councillors. My name is Julia Malat, and I am transgender. I am a parent, and I am a member of this community. I am also an opinion writer for the National Post. Over the past 2 years, I have supported students, parents, trustees, counselors, and members of both our provincial and federal governments who are striving for balance on our charged political discourse on gender. Tonight, I wish to speak regarding proposed amendments to Bylaw 13050. I will leave you with just 2 considerations. The first is pragmatic, and the second is personal. I have been told that these amendments are not intended to limit protest, that they are intended to combat Islamophobia. That is an amiable cause, as there are many recommendations in the March 2022 report that laud to this endeavor. But good legislation is cognizant not just to what it intends to do, but also what it is capable of doing. Canada has robust hate speech laws under sections 318 and 319 of the Criminal Code, which hold a relatively high bar for restricted speech. There is plenty of objectionable speech that does not fall within this catchment, and that is by design, because the limitation on the freedom of speech should not be taken lightly. Subsection 3 of 319 further sets aside special defenses for the utterance of such speech. The Criminal Code specifies that reciting objectionable speech that someone else has said to condemn such behavior is not a violation. The Regent's proposed amendment has no machinery to accommodate for any of this. Under this bylaw, if I were to repeat hateful statements made towards me to a WRPS officer at their headquarters, I would theoretically be in contravention of this bylaw. That is a concern. If this bylaw were implemented, it would be left to municipal bylaw to sort out complex questions of the blurred line between dissenting opinion and matters of objectionable and unwelcome comment. I have called this region's bylaw department more than 20 times over the past 3 years to deal with a neighbor with a shed and a subwoofer. If the department cannot adequately deal with matters resolvable with a decibel meter, then I have grave concerns about placing them in a position of arbitrating what constitutes the legal bar of reasonable harassment within interpersonal relationships. When bylaws rely heavily on the subjectivity of the officer, we risk creating an equity divide in this community. How can we have any confidence that such a bylaw will be enforced uniformly and without inequitable prejudice when the violation is inherently a matter of personal opinion on the part of the officer? Now for some personal reflection. I am well acquainted with hate, dissent, and vile language being used towards me. As one of Canada's most prominent transgender voices, I receive a tremendous amount of dehumanizing hate. This past weekend, several hundred people participated in a Twitter voice chat, which lasted for more than 6 hours. This public chat was specifically dedicated to lambasting me as an autogynephilic fetishizer who appropriates womanhood through the enactment of womanface. That was an unwelcome comment. It has no place in our community. It's vile, it's accusatory, and it was directed towards me personally. But it was defamatory, hateful speech. We don't need an amendment because your bylaw already has provisions that allow for anything in the criminal code not to be allowed on our property. If someone stood up and said that to me in this meeting, as your bylaw already stands, you would have the authority to remove them. But what's now been proposed is that any communication that causes me to feel troubled, worried, unwelcomed, or humiliated would be unlawful. That is a problem because it relies on my own resilience or self-victimization mentality to evaluate harassment. In the early days of my transition, I took offense to many things because of my own insecurities. I was once at an Old Navy helping some friends shop. I was providing stylistic advice to friends, and I could feel that I was being watched by an older lady frowning at me in the corner. Her gestures made me feel uncomfortable. I presume she disliked me because I was transgender. I'll admit, I still have a habit of jumping to that conclusion sometimes. But after several minutes, she approached me. Then I was really uncomfortable. But when she got to me, she said, "I see you are providing wonderful advice for your friends, and I was wondering if you could tell me if this cardigan makes my butt look too big." Some people hold ill will towards those of marginalized identities, but in our community, the vast majority of people mean
You have
well.
1 minute left, Julia.
But they make mistakes. Thank you. Our interactions are sometimes awkward, and some people have just never had the chance to meet a friendly transgender individual like myself. Placing restrictive covenants on the speech of others, even when done with the best of intentions, causes resentment and animosity towards marginalized identities to grow. Those individuals won't blame you, they will blame me. Those who hold bigoted views towards me will see it as my fault that they are now further restricted. And ultimately, your bylaw does little to protect me when they can simply utter the exact same phrases once I leave your property tonight and go back to my car. The solution to identity politic divides is openness and communication, just as I've extended to all of you tonight. It is not to barricade us further. I see what you're doing and I applaud the effort. I hope that the policy conversations will continue, but please don't pass this bylaw as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. I see no questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Alan Honor, Litigation Director of the Democracy Fund. Alan, I believe you're here in person. Welcome, Alan. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council, and the public. Let me begin by saying that we endorse the comments made by the previous delegate in their entirety, and we would add that under Section 175(1) of the Criminal Code, anyone who is near a public place and causes a disturbance by using insulting or obscene language commits an offense, which is one more reason why this bylaw is not required. But that's not what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to address a different point, but let me first introduce myself. I'm the Litigation Director at the Democracy Fund. We are a civil liberties charity, and we represent clients across Ontario and Canada in legal matters where we suspect that some charter right is at stake. And that's why we're here today, because we suspect that the proposed amendment to Bylaw 13-050 may impact the right of free expression as protected in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, I only have a few minutes, so I want to limit my comments to one point. And the point I'm trying to make is not that it just limits freedom of expression. That, I think, is obvious. The point is that it limits free expression in a way that is more than necessary to achieve the objective of the bylaw. And for that reason, it is likely to be non-compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, for members of the gallery or people online who are unfamiliar with constitutional law, let me just briefly explain that our charter rights are subject to reasonable limits. They are not absolute, as Mr. Walsh explained earlier today. They are, in fact, subject to reasonable limits prescribed by law that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So in other words, when a law limits a constitutionally protected right, like freedom of expression, the government has an opportunity to show that that limitation is reasonable. To do that, they have to show that the law in question is necessary to achieve an important objective and that the means used to achieve that objective are appropriately tailored and proportionate. So you can see, whenever there's a constitutional analysis, it's very important to know the objective of law. And the objective of the law is explained by Mr. Walsh earlier tonight and is abundantly clear from the background material, is to prevent harassing communications based on race, religion, gender identity, and other grounds that are protected by human rights legislation in public spaces owned or occupied by the regional municipality. In my opinion as a lawyer, I think that a court might look at that objective and say that it's substantial. But when we look at the means used to achieve that objective, when we ask whether they're tailored to the objective, whether they're proportionate, we have to conclude, I submit to you, that they go too far because they do not only prevent harassing communications that are based on human rights concerns, they prohibit any communication whatsoever that would reasonably cause a person to feel harassed. Now, to see that, you have to read the definition of harass under the proposed bylaw. You have to read it very carefully. You'll notice if you read it that the definition includes communications that would cause a person to feel troubled, that a person would find objectionable. And that, I would say, is a very low standard to limit a charter right, but that's not my point. The point is that the communications are limited even when
Alan,
they
you have
have
1 minute remaining.
even when they have nothing to do with human rights concerns. They certainly include those concerns, but they're not limited to them. And for that reason, the means are not tailored to the objective of the bylaw, and the bylaw will fail the constitutional test. Council members, I'll conclude by saying that I read in the materials that this proposed bylaw is modeled after the City of Edmonton Public Place Bylaw. That bylaw is deeply flawed. It's deeply flawed for the reasons I've discussed. It goes too far in limiting the right, and I would urge you to reject it and to come up with a better solution to fight the pressing issue of discrimination.
Thank you very much, Alan. I see no questions. Next delegation is Miriam Ali, Million March for Children, KW, Hands Off Our Kids, Waterloo Council for Religious Freedom, Waterloo, and Wazai Ramini, President, Afghan Council and Organizer of Parent Protests on September 20th. Miriam and Wazi, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, Madam Chairman and other members. My name is Mariam, and I am here to show my concerns regarding the Amendment 13050 to the code. It has some personal touch and the other feedback that I received from my fellow women and mothers. So my husband and I came to Canada with a dream to make this country as a second home and raise our kids in a safe environment where everyone has a freedom to practice their beliefs, a dream of peaceful society where my children would grow happily and properly educated, where they can share their thoughts without being fear of being judged. And I am sad to say that this Canada is no longer the same that I know from 8 years, where everyone has a freedom to express and feel to be heard. I have 2 kids who go to the public school, and being a mother, I am quite worried every morning that my kids are being exposed at the Learning Institute. We as in parents always want to give our kids the best education and witness them excel in their academics without being limitations and not worrying or focus on how their friends are oriented and what's their difference between them. I don't want them to just repeat popular talking points. I also want them to learn how to have real conversation and stand up what they believe. We parents, as a caregiver of these children who knows what's in their best interest, we are not forcing anything to them. We have given them the support and information which is appropriate to their age. Of course, I want my children to be safe, but I don't think so this amendment will improve the safety, since our safety is already granted through other legislation, which already covers discrimination, such as the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and the Ontario Human Rights Code. So I wonder why we need this amendment and what could be the unintended consequences of prioritizing hurt feelings over the charter right for all of us to speak. This amendment says that we are ban people from the public spaces if they harass or discriminate against others. It sounds really good on the paper, but it's not the reality. I'm afraid this can be a disguised weapon that can be used to intimidate citizens, that includes my children and others, from sharing their thoughts, expressing their concerns, and joining together to influence legislation. We already have too much fear and intimidation in the society, and it is going to make it more difficult for the mothers like me to share their thoughts about the potential harm to our children and their future. This amendment focuses on harassment, a term so broad that it could be applied to any individual or group. That includes each of us and our children. The amendment focuses on the interior feelings of anyone who feel or disagree with us, and based on that feeling, a charge of harassment can be laid. This increased victim mentality, the opposite of resilience necessary to thrive in the real world, and allows people to weaponize their feeling against the right of others to speak. Under the amendment's definition, a speaker can be speaking in a good faith and still be found to be guilty of harassment. Under this new amendment, not only is intent completely ignored, but truth is also not a defense against a charter of harassment. So each of us in this room can be charged with harassment, even if we're not actually harassing anyone. A speaker can be citing facts, but if someone in crowd is offended by those facts, harassment can be claimed. The wording states that harassment can be claimed if a listener is feeling troubled or worried. But what the speaker is saying, I ask everyone in this room, which of you has never ever made another person feel worried or troubled? Do you want to be banished from the public square? The public square is for the sharing ideas, different ideas, even the uncomfortable ideas. Intent matters, truth matters, freedom of expression and freedom of consent matters.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I just want to conclude, other legislation already protects legitimate cases of discrimination. We do not need this amendment to protect people's feelings. We need to protect Canadians' right to speak. For me, for my children, and for Canada, please vote against this amendment. Thank you so much.
Dear Madam Chair, elected councillors, my name is Wasi Rahimi, President of Afghani Association of Waterloo region. I am a Muslim. I raised my 7 children in this region, and now I have 4 lovely grandchildren. I'm deeply concerned for their future as we have a very unhealthy and unsafe education system. As a leader of the community, I was urged by many concerned parents, Afghan and non-Afghan community leaders of different backgrounds and faith groups to become a voice for them, to represent them and raise their worries and deep concerns in connection with the indoctrination of their children in schools that is taking away their role as parents of their beloved children. The group I'm representing consists of many faith, cultures, and backgrounds, including some members of the LGBT community. We are not a group of hate. We are a group of love. We love all Canadians. We love our children, and we stand for for our rights as parents. Tweeting and calling concerned citizens of Waterloo region a hate group a day even before the protest isn't prejudice, defamation, slander, discrimination, and harassment. I'm saying to these politicians, when you prejudge a group of people, before even they speak, you are committing prejudice, slander, defamation, discrimination, and finally hate. I've passed this hate bill, and you would shut the mouth of these parents off, take away the rights of freedom of speech. Do you call this a democracy? Amending this bylaw to stop parents of Waterloo region that are raising their worry and concerns isn't against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms?
So Wasai, you were registered as one delegation, so if you can give us your concluding remarks, that would be great.
Thank you. I respectfully request all you members of council, please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions, so thank you. The next delegation is Janice Jim. Janice, you have 5 minutes and you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair and members of Council. I'm a visible minority, a first-generation immigrant, and an ally. I'm a proud organizer and member of Ground Up WR. I'm disturbed by recent events. Students and the professor of a gender studies class at UW were targeted in an attack. A drag story time event at KPL during Pride Month was threatened with disruption. Members of the 2SLGBTQ+ community were exposed to hate speech at the Million March for Children. One day after that rally, a pride flag was burnt at a Kitchener high school and thrown at LGBTQ students. Rocks were thrown at those students as they boarded a bus. Since the COVID pandemic, incidents of anti-Asian hate have surged. One statistic showed that anti-Asian hate incidents in Canada increased by 47% from 2020 to 2021. The impacts of harassment have lasting effects for individuals, both emotionally and psychologically. It restricts safe access to public spaces for marginalized groups and forces them to alter their behavior out of fear, anxiety, and other psychological and physical harms. The City of Calgary passed a similar bylaw in 2022. Their research found that street harassment is disproportionately experienced by females, racialized or Indigenous persons, people who wear clothing or symbols that indicate their religion, and members of the 2SLGBTQ+ community. Everyone deserves a safe and inclusive space. Thank you to the Region of Waterloo for proposing this bylaw. Yes, this bylaw is not the complete solution, but it is one more tool to combat street harassment and attacks. It is a statement that the region condemns hateful acts. It is a message that the Region of Waterloo is an inclusive community. It is a message that hate has no space in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. I see no questions, so thank you very much. The next delegation is Laura Pin from Hamilton. And Laura, I believe you're joining us virtually.
I am. I'm just trying to fix my camera. Just bear with me while I unplug it and plug it back in.
We've all suffered the trials of technology.
Oh, there we go. It's not even facing me.
So
I've done it before. I'm not here to speak about the proposed bylaw amendments to the amendment to the bylaw, although I do support them. I'm here to speak about some recent developments concerning unsheltered homelessness in the region. I'm a professor at Wilfrid Laurier University with expertise in housing policy and homelessness. I believe in a cooperative and collaborative approach, and I've worked with a number of municipal governments in the region and beyond on different initiatives. I also served as an expert witness in the Waterloo Region court case concerning 100 Victoria. I say this in case you're like, why is somebody who actually lives in Hamilton delegating to us tonight? I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself, but also in concert with diverse community advocates on the ground who have been working quite desperately over the last 3 days to mitigate the harms caused by the eviction of 30 people from Soper Park in Cambridge, many of whom were previously sheltering on regional property at 150 Main in Cambridge. It's painfully clear to me and to many others who have been on the ground there that the closure of the encampment at 150 Main was not due to people securing housing. And I have 3 points I want to make. First, I just want to note that there is nowhere for people to go. People do not have housing options. I'm unaware of a single person at Soper Park who's been offered housing or has the capacity to acquire housing but is choosing to camp. People are not even being given options for places to legally shelter. To quote from a recent report to Regional Council, the region knows of 1,377 people experiencing homelessness as of June. There are currently 486 emergency shelter beds available for youth and adults. With the eviction of this camp, which directly relates to 150 Main, people are now scattered throughout the city of Cambridge, making it more difficult for them to access outreach workers as well as the necessities for day-to-day life, and not really doing anything to mitigate the concerns other community members might have about camps. The second point I want to make is that I think resources are being wasted. There's been a dozen or more outreach workers on site urgently responding to this eviction order. According to Joe McGinty from Cambridge Today, there were 30 outreach workers on site today doing needed and necessary work. But these types of eviction orders issued with short-term notice take away from the important work of these workers in actually securing appropriate housing for people experiencing homelessness. Instead of people are rushing to pack up and move to another site where their presence will be criminalized. I find these types of orders are contrary to both a human rights-centered as well as services-first approach to homelessness. And the third point I want to make is that this is a matter of life and death. A community member who's been doing this work for a long time gave me permission to share a story about the last time they moved someone from a communal camp at Soper Park several years ago. The person who I'll call Chris was forced to leave Soper Park while experiencing suicidal ideation and also while using substances. The community member who helped Chris move set them up in a new tenting spot, but one where they were now alone and more isolated. A few days later, the community member went back to check on Chris, and Chris was no longer alive. Again, these types of eviction notices have life and death consequences, and the same cycles are repeating. And I really feel for people who are doing this work on the ground on a day in, day out basis, witnessing these harms. You know, poverty is uncomfortable. Seeing a group of people living unsheltered in poverty is an uncomfortable experience. But the people who are made the most uncomfortable by this experience are those people that are living unsheltered. So I would encourage Regional Council to take seriously the memo from Waterloo Region Community Legal Services as well as others and take immediate action to cease all unconstitutional evictions on municipally owned land.
Laura, you've got 1 minute remaining.
To direct regional staff to reopen space at 150 Main for tenting, or in the alternative, direct staff to identify and approve suitable alternative regional lands for tenting in Cambridge, and to communicate with staff at Waterloo Region Community Legal Services about the region's plans around these encampments. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I know a lot of great work happens at the municipal level. I've been privileged to see some of it. I'm very deeply concerned by the events that have been happening at Soper Park over the last few days.
Thank you very much, Laura. I see no questions. So the next delegation is Marjorie Knight from Cambridge. Welcome, Marjorie. You're here in person. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, members of council, I'm standing in front of you today because I'm so concerned about the homelessness that is happening and the continued evictions that are happening in Cambridge. I want you to know that there is a face to all those people. They are not an abstract. They're not the homeless. They are people. They're people like me. I have never had a worse time in my entire life than when I was homeless. It caused the dissolution of my family. I had to send them away, my children. It also meant that my dog that I'd had for 10 years, I was told, well, you know, you should just put that dog down or surrender them to someone who will care. So for 2 nights, I slept in a tent with my dog, trying desperately to find someone to take him. Luckily, I did. And I moved to the shelter. I mean, silly me thinking that I'm homeless, I can just go to the shelter and I'm in. Well, you're not, because the shelter is often full. So you're homeless and you're in emergency and you want to find somewhere and you can't. So what are your options? I have no family here. What do you do? I will tell you that what happened to my family has led to anxiety disorders. It has led to other disorders, autoimmune disorders, all kinds of things that were triggered because of the level of stress that happens when you are homeless. I worked 6 days a week while I lived at that shelter. And 6 days you go out. And on the 7th day, you still have to go out because you cannot relax. I don't know if you can imagine what it's like to live hypervigilance 24/7 every day. I like to go to the mall. I will go to the mall and sit, get a drink, and people watch. One of my favorite things. But when I was homeless, the moment I walked into that mall and they saw me with my bags, they knew I was homeless. And you know what happens? You have to leave now because you are now loitering. I didn't loiter until I was homeless. What I did before I was homeless, but once I was homeless, I was loitering. The total disregard for a person who is unsheltered. Women every day at the loss of a marriage, a relationship, due to violence, whatever. That is the quickest route to homelessness and poverty. How dare people look down on them? When you tar a brush against people and say, this is what homeless people are, and they have no worth. Well, I'm here to tell you I have worth. I had worth then too. And I do not take kindly to people looking down on people because they're unsheltered. There are many reasons why people are unsheltered. And they still deserve respect because they are people. I am a person. I work hard. I do as much as I can to look after myself and my family. I was homeless. And Yeah, I'm sure some of the fault was mine, but much of it was not. And I had to roll with what I could. But the absolute
Marjorie, you've got
hatred
1 minute left.
that I see extended towards people only because they're homeless is wrong. And when you make decisions as to what you're going to do for or with homeless people, I want you to remember my face. I want you to remember that I was a homeless person, that I slept in a tent, that I lived in a shelter, and I did what I could. And when you make those decisions, you remember that, because it's not abstract. They're people with families and feeling, and they all belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to caution the gallery, no clapping, no cheering. Every delegation deserves respect. So please sit quietly and listen as council is doing. Next delegate, who has 5 minutes, is David Alton, Lived Experience Facilitator, Social Development Center of Waterloo Region. I thought David is he virtual? So David is not on. We will go to the next delegate, Adam Cooper of Cambridge. Adam, you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair, councillors, gallery. My name is Adam Cooper, councillor for the City of Cambridge. I'm here to talk to the bylaw amendment. I understand what you're trying to do with this. Everybody's opposed to hate. I'm pretty sure everyone would agree with that. I think it's most people's default setting to be against it. And I understand that we've got a bit of a presentation at the beginning of the state of what the intentions of this were, this amendment, but I disagree with what was said about the wording, about how it doesn't cover far too much. I believe this basically, well, the wording of it matters because regardless of what you're trying to do with it, it's the power that comes behind it, what can be done with it that matters. The way it's worded, it basically does say that you could fall foul of this if you simply say anything that somebody disagrees with. Okay, based on this wording, and again, I understand, we're hearing what your intentions are, but the power that comes behind this means I could be wearing a t-shirt right now that says something that someone disagrees with, they say it makes them feel uncomfortable, and suddenly I have to leave. I could be fined. That's how this is worded right now. And I'm not the only person to have seen this here. I agree with what the lawyer that came up earlier said earlier, that the word, it is vast in its reach. What does this say to our constituents? It says that a lot of the issues that are huge right now across Canada, indeed North America, that are being discussed like crazy, they're not to be discussed here. And again, I'm referring to the wording as it is right now. And some of the people that maybe this wants to protect, and many of the people that are in Canada, because I'm an immigrant, I came here 35 years ago. A lot of people came here to get away from that kind of authoritarian control of voice, speech, and thought, because this does hinder thought. I'm here because I thought there was a problem. I thought there's things to be said about this. And that thought brought me here. But if you hinder my ability to speak, I may as well not even think. What I'm seeing here in this wording is something we've seen that's a political tactic that we're seeing more and more of. And it is disturbing. It's a lazy tactic. It's an unintelligent tactic, it's an intolerant tactic, and that is the weaponization of the word hate. Where we take that word, we take that sticker that says hate on it, slam it on someone's face and go, well, we don't have to deal with you. Why? Because we don't agree with you. If we call you hate, it'll just silence you. Unfortunately, fortunately, this is a democratic society. This is Canada. And there's some caveats to democracy where you might hear some things that you may not like, some things that you disagree with. But that's one of the very reasons that this exists, why I'm a councillor, why a lot of you are, because we're going to discuss stuff. If there is no discussion, why do we even have a job? And those are some of the prices you pay. Doesn't mean you have to support what you hear, but you don't shut it down. That's the definition of democracy. This is not communist China, it's not North Korea. This is Canada. This is Canada. It's beautiful. Look at the diversity we have here. Let's not have amendments that increase division. Division breeds contempt. Contempt breeds anger and violence. We need to bring everybody here together. And the wording of this right now doesn't do that. It just doesn't. I know you have good intentions. Everybody's against hate.
Adam, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you very much. So I urge you, please, to change this, change the wording, or just not even vote for this. Definitely do not vote for this as it is, because I agree also with what Julie stated over here, that this is going to have the reverse effect that you're asking for. This is going to upset people. This is Canada. They're not ready for this. It's not right. It doesn't look good on you to vote for this. Let's change this. Let's encourage open discussion so we can come together, so people can have protests and not get accused of being hateful, because you're not. You're a genuine, concerned citizen with genuine concerns. That's not hateful. Let's bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Again, a thumbs up is fine. I am encouraging you not to continue to applaud. I understand that David Alton is now on the line. So David, if you can turn your camera on. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, councillors. I apologize for not being able to attend in person. Unfortunately, I caught COVID at last week's Queer Youth Defense. This was an event organized by terrified trans youth in response to the Million March for Canada Children's transphobic rally. At that rally, I was called a groomer and a pedophile for being an openly queer member of our community. My partner and I have received constant hate comments from members of the so-called parents' rights movement since we started advocating for queer literature 2 years ago. At the peak, we received over 700 hateful comments in a week. All that to say that my colleagues and I at the Social Development Center stand in solidarity with the amended Bylaw 1350. However, we wanted to speak tonight particularly in favor of the amendment to add housing status and socioeconomic status to the bylaw. As a housing and homelessness organization, we have received stories and borne witness to countless incidents of hate and harassment to unsheltered communities. For example, as a partner in the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, we were invited to support regional staff in the review of the Herbs Road interim housing community. In those interviews, the biggest concern we received was regarding the harassments residents were experiencing from their neighbors. Some residents were so afraid they did not want to walk to the nearby transit stop out of fear of being harmed intentionally by people driving by. Other incidences we have documented include people blaring their horn late into the night driving past 100 Victoria, people yelling slurs and threatening violence at 150 Main. We have seen people on Reddit threatening to set fires to tents and threatening to kill unsheltered people. Narratives, all of this hate is rooted in culture, and a culture of hateful and harmful narratives about homeless people. Narratives that take people's ignorance and fear and leads them into these harmful behaviors. You likely are aware of how embedded this culture of hate is towards homeless people. I have talked to several of you about the immense amount of pressure you receive as elected officials from people who do not want to see homeless people exist in our community. That pressure fills your inbox, fills your voicemail, and it is influencing our public policy. There is an unofficial stance of voluntary closure of encampments that is currently constraining regional staff into making decisions that, as earlier speakers noted, contravene human rights and the dignity of unsheltered people. Regional staff are well aware of these concerns as they have been explored throughout the development of the plan to end chronic homelessness. An emerging human rights compliant approach is being formed. It informs the budget asks that are coming with the plan in November, and I hope you take those budget asks seriously. However, in the meantime, there is need for more intervention from Council to address the issues with this voluntary closure approach and remove barriers to transformation. So right now we are working with staff and other community partners to prepare a memo to assist with action at your earliest opportunity. In our prototype lab, the first prototype is helping the system see itself. I think you're experiencing a little bit of that tonight in the stories already shared by Community Legal Services, Dr. Pin, and Marjorie Knight. These are important nuggets of wisdom in helping us address this culture of hate. Please listen and learn from them, collaborate us on our memo for more immediate action, and pass this bylaw amendment tonight as a critical interim step. Now, this bylaw is not going to stop this broad culture of hate, but what it does do is give us a valuable tool to help educate people, undo harmful thinking, and center the care and well-being of unsheltered people. It is the first time that the region is acknowledging that unsheltered people do experience hate and harassment because of their housing and socioeconomic status. This is an immense achievement and should be commended.
David, you had 1 minute remaining.
Yes, when the Werbs Road site was opening, the region hosted 2 public meetings. At these meetings, people consistently stated that in the midst of their fear and ignorance, they wanted to care for and support homeless people. They just needed the region's help to navigate their fears while respecting homeless people's fundamental rights and dignity. Unfortunately, at the time, there wasn't a tool in place like this bylaw, so that unmet need allowed the ignorance and fear to fester into the hate that is now such a problem for the residents of Werbs Road. But with this bylaw, staff now have a tool to help educate and clarify for those community members and any others who are experiencing ignorance and fear that hate and harassment against homeless communities is a serious problem, and that we need to work together to ensure their rights and dignity are protected, alongside addressing the many questions that you receive on a daily basis. This shift is a big deal, and I believe will provide relief for the cycle of fear that causes your inbox to be so filled. So please vote to solidify this bylaw as a valuable tool to shift this conversation. The plan to end chronic homelessness has some valuable next steps coming in your November meeting. And in the meantime, listen to the stories coming from unsheltered communities tonight and collaborate with us on our memo for more immediate action. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I see no questions. The next delegation is Fazia Mazur, Executive Director, Coalition of Muslim Women of KW. Welcome, Fazia. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, you able to hear me? Yeah, well, okay, thank you.
You can talk nice and loud, Fazia.
Okay, you can start my 5 minutes from now. Thank you. So first, I would like to invite the Regional Council and through Madam Chair, everybody who is present here today to look at me. I'm a visible Muslim woman. I'm a woman of color. I'm a woman. Nobody knows better than what the terms harassment and hate looks like in public spaces, because I'm the one who has been experiencing it for as long as I've been in Canada. As an individual, I'm not talking about as a community. So I'm not here to have others to tell me what harassment means and what hate means and what does it look like for a visible Muslim woman like me in everyday life. Good evening, Chair Redmond and members of Regional Council. Today, as I stand or sit before you, I can't help to go back in time and recall the tragic Islamophobic killings of Afzal family in June 2021. It was a challenging time for all of us, all Canadians, and challenges sometimes have the potential to turn into big changes in the status quo. My organization, Coalition of Muslim Women of KW, released a list of recommendations to eradicate Islamophobia for federal, provincial, and municipal governments based on community conversations and focus groups that we held at that time. Our staff presented the recommendations to the Municipal Council in early 2022, and the Regional Council at the time accepted the recommendations and asked the regional staff to develop and implement an action plan. The recommendation to amend an existing bylaw was part of the plan. Fast forward to today. Fast forward to why I'm here today. I'm here to support and witness a historical moment. As soon as this council ratified the proposed amendment to Bylaw 13050, it will become the first municipality in Ontario and a select few in our country to have a bylaw in place to uphold the rights of marginalized communities, to have protection against harassment and discriminatory behavior based on the 17 protected grounds in the Human Rights Code on the facilities owned and or operated by the Regional Council. And these facilities include regional housing and public transit. It's not the destination, of course, but it's a great point to start where we are in terms of making sure that people like me, women like me, and children who look like my children are able to live free of harassment in public spaces and properties owned and managed by Region of Waterloo. Unfortunately, we have noticed a number of blog posts, petitions, lots of articles and things like that. More recently, spending false information about the proposed bylaw amendment. And to further a very specific agenda. The primary target for this false information this time has been the Canadian Muslim community. It's been very sad for me as a member of the Canadian Muslim community to see that a bylaw amendment proposal is stemming from a very tragic and traumatic experience of hate-motivated killing of a Canadian Muslim family, and the amendment proposal based on the real experiences of harassment faced by Muslim individuals and families in Waterloo region has been made a contentious issue by pitting marginalized communities against each other whose rights are protected against harassment and discrimination by the same legal framework, namely Ontario Human Rights Code. I listened with interest to the delegation talking about the presence of the term reasonable limits. And I would like everyone to know that nobody knows more about the reasonable limits on our charter rights more than the Canadian Muslim community in light of what has been happening in one Canadian provincial jurisdiction over the past decade, from the secularism law limiting Muslim women's right to wear what they choose to, the so-called prayer bans in public school, limiting our children's right of accommodation for their religious rights. However, unfortunately, those delegates who stood here to express their opposition to the proposed bylaw by invoking the fear of reasonable limits have not been on any kind of public record to express their disagreement when the Canadian Muslim community is at the receiving end of the reasonable limits provision that we have in the Charter. Please know that there is still time to set the record straight, and I personally would welcome the organization taking up the issue of the violation of the Charter rights of the Muslim women and children in this case. On behalf of CMW, I would like to take this opportunity to quickly provide a couple of points just to, in response of what's been going around. First thing is about City of Edmonton. City of Edmonton was the first city in Canada to pass a similar bylaw, and we all know that there were no restrictions on public protest on September 20th in the City of Edmonton. We heard from Mr. Walsh, and he cleared a lot of things that I wanted to make clear about the provisions in the bylaw amendment. I would like to finish my my presentation by asking the Regional Council to please seize the opportunity to do the right thing this evening by ratifying this proposed bylaw amendment unanimously. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Fazia. I could tell that you knew you had the wind at your back when you were saying in conclusion and finally. So thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming. The next delegation is Craig Sloss. And Craig, you're joining us virtually. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I'd like to talk to you about the proposed anti-hate bylaw by sharing with you a recent situation that I witnessed that I think demonstrates the need for the region to take action on identity-based harassment. So last Wednesday, I participated in a queer youth defense rally outside the Kitchener City Hall to show my support for the rights of 2S LGBTQIA+ youth. Also present outside City Hall was a group of protesters who advocated that parents should be granted rights that override the human rights of their children. Among the parents' rights group, I witnessed several signs containing the term groomer, which is a slur used against members of the queer community. I won't share the photos as part of my delegation in order to avoid further propagation of hate speech, but I can send them to councillors if requested. The groomer slur has grown in popularity among anti-queer groups in recent years. The slur is intended to imply that members of the queer community are a threat to children and represents a group libel against the queer community. Now, earlier in the meeting, the solicitor made it clear that the bylaw won't limit protests like this. But we know that protests that involve dehumanizing language targeting the queer community are going on. The region needs to be prepared for increase in harassment against members of the the region needs to be prepared for increases in harassment against members of the queer community outside and after the protest. I also think it's important to make a distinction between preserving the right to protest and ensuring appropriate conduct towards others while attending a protest. Simply being at a protest doesn't give someone carte blanche to harass others based on their identity. If you can't make your case without calling someone a groomer, then you don't have a case. Public land facilities are supposed to be for everyone to use. We should all be able to use them without being exposed to slurs against our identities. Now, I'm overall supportive of the proposal. I do want to mention there are a few things I am skeptical about. Now, I am skeptical about whether using a fine as an enforcement approach would be the best strategy for addressing this. Realistically, I don't think that people want to be harassed and then have to call bylaw to get the perpetrator fined. I think people would much prefer to not be harassed in the first place. So when implementing the bylaw, I hope that the region will prioritize prevention of violations rather than prioritizing enforcement through fines, through activities like education or dispelling of the disinformation that's been plaguing our community. And just before I close, I'd like to just add my voice to David Alton's delegation. I think it would be, I'm very happy to, we'd be very happy to see homeless individuals added to the list of groups that are protected by the bylaw. Homeless people are often left off these kind of lists of protected groups, so I'd be very happy to see them being added to our bylaw. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you very much, Craig. I see no questions. The next delegation also has 3 minutes. It's John Bannister, Treasurer of PSAC Local 902. And you two are joining us virtually. You have 3 minutes, John.
Hello, Council. I'm John, a humble Preston boy turned Waterloo Union man. Thank you for this time to speak tonight. So much in our community is dependent on what is needed for others, not ourselves. That much can be said about most bylaws and prohibitions of the law against a citizen. But recent demonstrations in the nation which seek to restrict childhood autonomy show there are definitive cultural upheavals happening in the region, province, and nation that must be held back by honoring the experiences of queer individuals and bridging the community in their necessity. We must be willing to not substantiate, engender, or enforce a kind of region where demonstrations where this twisted notion of protection and preservation of rights packages newfound restriction to the trans community and sexual health education. Let the Waterloo region stand as a community which knows the real experiences of trans youth, queer youth, and knows the care that they deserve. This bylaw amendment would preserve in me a sense of respect for the region and the recognition of necessity for this amendment, and a hope that future councillors will respect the mutual understanding of community's true meaning. A place for all, where their rights, their lives are held in a strict dignity that will never be challenged by the councillors before me and the future councillors to serve the region. Where education is the practice of understanding the diversity in our community as a valuable asset to our culture. Where I am not threatened by a future legislation against my right to marriage, where the heroes of the trans community are not restricted from education, where children are not divorced from their rights of autonomy, the right of their own bodies, their own autonomy, and their own agency. I would feel better knowing this region was going to take seriously the mounting forces which seek to destabilize the community in a way where hateful rhetoric is tolerated, shadowy conspirators operate with impunity, and public appointed officials become susceptible to the corruptive forces which seek to propagate hate as a virtue. This kind of legal precedent this bill will provide is needed to distinguish the kind of activism that does not promote the common good of human rights for all, but instead seeks to restrict the liberty of children in the sake of protecting a parent's
John, you have
superstition.
1 minute remaining.
This is a time whereby the council must own their part in the defense of peoples whom governments have before and since actively undermined. Trans lives will always matter in all circumstances. For a better world we will have to make, together or not at all. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, John. I see no questions. The next delegation is Elaine Charlach, I think, Kitchener. Elaine, are you here in person? You are. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. My name's Elaine Charlock, and I'm a concerned Christian grandmother who rejects the proposed bylaw, a bylaw which I consider further exacerbates the division of existing ideology. I grew up in Canada at a time when thousands of immigrants were coming to Canada after World War II, refugees from all cultures, walks of lives, opinions, and beliefs. Yet at the time, there was tolerance and respect towards individuals. All were welcome, all were accepted. This is the Canada I wish to leave my grandchildren. Over the past 8 years, the heart of our society, that is free speech, has come under attack. The climate of tolerance and respect for individuals and communities of people have changed. Hate is a word that's too frequently bantered about. We've heard speeches from our Prime Minister vilifying those who are not agreeing with his narrative. Hate divides our country into pockets of society pitted attacking rather than unifying our people. Listening and learning from one another is no longer a priority. When opinion is expressed contrary to another, this opinion is labeled hate speech rather than free speech. During last Wednesday's Million March for Children, my feelings were hurt. I felt offended when I was labeled hateful. Yet, I am not requesting a bylaw condemning those who, to me, might be subjected to a fine of $250 for standing on the public sidewalk saying something hateful about my feelings. She has the right to speak what they want to. We're all granted free speech under the Charter of Rights. My greatest concern is who will be the arbiter of hurt feelings, of
Elaine, you have 1 minute remaining.
of perceived bullying. What will be the definition? Will our impartial police be compelled to decide who has been wronged? This bylaw is a slippery slope. If the bylaw is passed, which group next will be silenced? We need to listen and learn from each other rather than muzzle each other. We cannot be looking over our shoulders, fearful that our opinions might result in arrests and fines. I place my confidence in you, our regional councillors, that you will consider the long-term ramifications of this bylaw, that freedom of speech will prevail, and that Canada will remain a country where people of all faiths, cultures, backgrounds will thrive and prosper under the banner of tolerance and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Again, I'm going to ask you to refrain from clapping. The next speaker has 3 minutes, Brooklyn Wallace, and Brooklyn, I believe you're here in person? Yep, right here. Great. Welcome. You have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Sorry, everybody.
Easier said than done.
Good evening, Chair and Council. My name is Brooklyn Wallace. I'm a local activist and politician, and I'm also a woman who is trans. Early on in my transition, I was walking down Ottawa Street with my wife, holding hands. A car rolled down its windows, called us slurs while driving by. I was rattled and didn't go out as myself for 2 weeks. On another note, for a long time, I have avoided Waterloo Town Square on weekends, knowing that there is a homophobic preacher who frequently stands there and yells at passersby. I know many other local queer folk do the same thing. At the protest last week, I was called terrible things, both by signs and orally. This amendment is a great step towards empowering marginalized groups of this region to feel safe and empowered. Being able to feel protected by the law, to feel supported by my region, and to actually punish people for harassment that the criminal code does not encompass, but that we would all reasonably call harassment, is something that would make Waterloo Region feel truly supportive of its marginalized groups. I will point out to Council and the audience here tonight that Edmonton implemented this exact same law in 2022, and Calgary did too in March of this year. There were still protests there last week. There has been so much hyperbole and misunderstanding and misinformation about what this bylaw can actually do. It is infuriating. Fear-mongering about a possible loss of rights or communist China is ridiculous.
Brooklyn, you have 1 minute remaining.
Are you really worried about communist Edmonton? That is not a phrase I ever thought I would hear in my whole life. This amendment doesn't mean you can't walk on school property with your insulting t-shirt, or that you can't talk about these issues in public, and it doesn't even stop the protests last week. All it means is that you can't call me a faggot while I walk down the street. I thank you all for voting for this motion during your last meeting, and I hope you will all do so again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooklyn. I see no questions. The next delegation who has 3 minutes is Brian Finlayson. And Brian, I believe you're here in person. Welcome, the podium is yours, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, councilors, and my name is Brian Finlayson, as stated, and I am here to appeal to the council to not pass the amendments to Waterloo Bill 13050. Because I believe it would inhibit the peaceful protest by those advocating parental rights, like the event that happened last Wednesday. It appears to me that those who advocate for the LGBT lifestyle and gender change, I'm hereafter referring to that as the agenda, indoctrination agenda, want to limit public protest by parents concerned and others who are concerned about gender and sexual indoctrination of children and youth. Those are matters to be decided when they're well past puberty and are old enough to make their own informed lifestyle decisions. Passing this bylaw amendment would, it seems to me, enable those promoting that agenda to continue public indoctrination unopposed under the bylaw protection. If adopted, this bylaw would contribute to undermining parents whose God-given right and responsibility, that is to determine what is best for their children and their interests. To undermine that is, in effect, to defer to the state. Public protest is therefore a necessary means for advocating for parents' rights when other avenues of protest are closed. It tells the quiet majority that they are not alone and it tells governments at all levels that voters care and are watching. I do not understand how this indoctrination agenda does not violate the spirit and the intent of the meaning of child pornography as defined by the Criminal Code of Canada, Section 163.1.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Perhaps someone can nuance the difference for me. If parents and others cannot publicly protest policy deeming wrong and harmful, how are they to protect their children? Should they take their children out of school? I would. Council cannot change education policy, but it can refrain from stifling public protest when education becomes indoctrination. At last Wednesday's protest at Kitchener City Hall, those who advocated for parent rights were loudly and frequently accused of hate, which is a subjectively defined notion. The accusers were masked and they're angry, and I can't help wondering if their intent is to sexualize children and youth so they will become more inclined to carry that indoctrination into adulthood. We are experiencing the downside of this agenda. Shouldn't one's sexuality be a private matter? Religion, common sense, politics overlap in this issue. I'm a Christian, and I know that one member of council is too. There may be others. So I refer to you to Matthew 18, Mark 9, Luke 17 for the dire warnings against those who would harm the innocence of children.
Brian,
and
can
to
you
Genesis.
conclude, please? You're out of time. Could you conclude?
I'm sorry?
You're out of time, so if you just conclude.
Yes. And to Genesis 19 for what happens when societies openly corrupt human sexuality as God intended it. So I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I see no questions. The next delegation is Brian Kitchen from Cambridge. Brian, you have 3 minutes, and I believe that you are in person as you are, so you have the floor.
Thank you. My original topic was on the hate speech law, but that's been covered. And due to recent events, I've been evicted from Soper Park. So I'd like to give you some insight onto what happens to
We've had, homelessness is not on the agenda. We have had 20 minutes of delegations, and we have a policy. They've actually used up those 20 minutes, so if you'd like to talk about the legislation before us, as others are, which is on the agenda, that would be perfectly in order. If you want to talk about homelessness, you're welcome to come back to a future meeting when it is on the agenda, or you could give us your intervention in writing. I will leave it up to you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Deutschman.
We've had several delegations talk about homelessness. Dr. Pinn spoke about it specifically, and homelessness is a feature of the 13.050 issue that we're talking about as well.
So Councillor Deutschman, I would leave it up to the delegation if he wants to weave homelessness into the legislation and the use of the code for use of premises, he may do so, but the people who have spoken on homelessness and not on the bylaw have used up the allocation because it is not on the agenda. So I'm going to go back to the delegation and put it back in your court. Brian, what would you like to speak about?
I would like to speak about how I got kicked out of Soper Park and how I became homeless, and the people that are down there that you guys are making laws about, and how you have no idea how they live because you've never been down there. I'm at the bottom. I see these people. I live with these people. I came home after 22 years getting chased out of Amherst, Nova Scotia, looking for someone to stay with, and I found out that all of my friends and family had died. So now I find myself driving around Cambridge in a U-Haul for 7 days trying to find a place to live. The only people that accepted me were the homeless people that were kicked out of 150 Main in Cambridge. And these people are more of a community than I have ever seen in this entire community, and they are better friends than anyone I've had in Nova Scotia in the last 4 years. These people are living like animals because you guys keep chasing us around and sending us to different places. I came here, I went into Soper Park, got kicked out of Soper Park, couldn't park my van there, had to go to the en route and spend 30 miles of gas every day so I had somewhere to sleep. And then we found a place beside Soper Park that was private property. So we had a drone spy on us the first day and came and kicked us out. And he told us that he's not allowed to have tents there because he was threatened with a $50,000 fine for unauthorized buildings on his property. That's so ridiculous in any land use bylaw, regardless of that. Then he said the only place to move is where the 150 Main people were. So we get there for 3 days and then find out we get kicked out again. And they never give us anywhere to go. They give us a place, Samuelson Street, which is a pig pen. They give us a landfill site, or the dump, or the wastewater treatment plant. You know, it's ridiculous. Why do you keep shuffling people around without giving them an answer? There's a simple answer. You have 33 million square feet of vacant industrial and retail space. Why don't you let us use some of that space to get these homeless off the streets and keep them out of everybody's hair for 6 months? Let me do a pilot project. Help me out here so I can take this community and see if they can actually build a community and get along with each other without burning the place down. Because you've tried everything else, and guess what? Nothing works because you're still here. So if you want to try something new, talk to me. I can fix this. This is all based on biblical principles, and I need 6 months. 6 months, and I will either solve this and be a genius, or I've at least kept them out of the public's eye for 6 months, and they will survive one more winter. Okay? You need to solve this problem. We've had enough. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to recess for 15 minutes. So colleagues, before we begin again, I am going to draw to everyone's attention that procedure 76.1 says at council and committee meetings, the use of cameras, electric lighting equipment, recording equipment, television cameras, and any other device of mechanical, electronic, or similar nature used for transcribing or recording proceedings by auditory or visual means by members of the public, including accredited and other representatives of the news media, may be limited at the discretion of the chair in the event that it creates disruption, is intimidating, or interferes with the conduct of the meeting. I'm going to ask everyone to please take their recording devices and their phones and put them away. Thank you. I would also caution the delegations who are still on the list, you're more than welcome to come and to speak. We are speaking on the Code of Use Bylaw Amendment. Within that, there is reference to homeless people, so if you want to weave that in your presentation, that is fine, but if it is just on homelessness, we have already used up all of the time allocated by our bylaws, which are the rules by which council operates. The next delegation is David Broderick from Kitchener. And David, I believe you are in person and the podium is yours and you have 3 minutes.
There we go. Okay. Thank you very much, folks, for allocating me the time. I have notes on my phone. I hope that it's okay that I've got this out. First of all, I want to say that I'm a Christian. I'm not a great one, but I do the best I can. I'm not certain that it's relevant, but a lot of recent delegations have brought that up, so I guess that's what we're doing. Speaking of earlier speakers, a lot of them seem very concerned about the implications of this bylaw change as regards their free speech rights. And some of the earlier speakers were saying that we should not look at this as an opportunity to curtail speech, that we should engage with one another and learn from one another and dialogue with one another openly. And I think that's great, except where it's done in bad faith. And I don't think that all of the speakers really believe that the thought police are going to roll up to their house in the middle of the night because they use the wrong language. There are differences in speech. And I'm not a lawyer. I can't define hate speech necessarily, but I know when I hear it. I was at the counter protest last week with my teenagers, and I had the experience of seeing folks yelling at them repeatedly, on and on. Pedophile, pedophile, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile. And I can only assume that eventually his voice got hoarse because he seemed determined to go forever. And not just one guy, multiple people. And it's kind of bonkers to me that there are people that want to conflate legitimate protest, legitimate discourse with people yelling pedophile at the folks that they're opposed to. It's just bananas to me. I could stand to be corrected, but it seems to me that this bylaw change...
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. It seems to me that this doesn't curtail people's ability to hold a demonstration. It may curtail your ability to hold a hate rally. And those are different things. You're holding if I can make a suggestion, you're holding a rally, you've got a legitimate concern, somebody in the rally starts going, pedophile, pedophile, you're a pedophile. Maybe the organizers go down and talk to that guy and say, that's not what we're about, dial it back a bit. You know, we're trying to keep that under wraps. You know, or failing that, if you don't feel able to do that in the moment, after it's over, maybe take a minute, take some quiet reflection for yourself and ask yourself, if this is the kind of dialogue that this invites, if this is the kind of people who are attracted to what we're doing, maybe I should take a minute and reflect on what my involvement is. I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, David. The next, I see no further questions. The next delegation is Michael Wasselin Sr. from Guelph. Michael, you're here in person. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. I'd like to address everybody
before this law changes. So I'd like to say welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Because once this law changes, we won't be able to say that anymore. That'll be hate speech. So I'd like to know what enmity, what's enmity? Does anybody here know what enmity is? Enmity is mutual hate. Enmity is mutual hate. The people don't legislate these laws, and we do not agree with these laws that create enmity, mutual hatred. The only hate speech is by the legislative laws by our governments. They're the ones that made these laws. They made them into hate speech. So no matter what you say, it's hate. These people behind me, they're doing their job, but you know what? Their decision is already made. This law will pass. Okay? It will pass. So I ask, let's get to the root of this problem. And the lady chair, I love what the lady chair said, Ms. Redmond, truth and reconciliation. I penned those words, truth and reconciliation. And the reason why I'm talking to you people, because you people will make the difference, not what's behind me. Because what's behind me, I'd like to know, where's the root of the problem? Where is this directive coming from? Who's directing all this? And for them, this council here, to enact a bylaw, this is a life-changing thing for this country. How can, even when you go to court, there's a jury. They have a discussion, they make a decision. We haven't had any discussions. We haven't talked about this. And the lawyer, Mr. Walsh, he explained everything to you. Did anyone understand that? Put your hand up, please.
Michael?
Yes.
You've got less than a minute left, so.
Thank you. Did anybody that understood the council, please put their hand up? Nobody. Nobody understood the council. See? So we perish because of our lack of knowledge. Can anyone tell me what hate speech is? Can anyone tell me what hate is? How can you understand if we're heading into this without any communication? This must not go forward. It must be delayed. And I continue to ask you to stand up, be as wise as a serpent and as peaceful as a dove, because my people perish through their lack of knowledge. I was born in 1950 in this country.
Thank you, Michael. Your time is up.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Our next delegation for 3 minutes is Heather Majuri. And Heather, I believe you're here in person.
I am. It's nice to see everybody.
So the podium is yours. You may want to turn the mic around, and you have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Hi. So I got to move really quick because I only got 3 minutes. So I rented a van last night, and I moved Mr. Kitchen from the park in Cambridge, and I took him to his new place.
Heather, you are going to connect us
Yes,
to the
oh,
code of
absolutely.
use. Okay.
So I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment, which is to include socioeconomic status and homelessness. So to me, obviously, from what I've witnessed in the last day, because I moved Mr. Kitchen and I moved two families that night, took till midnight, used my own funds, I'll bill you. And then I moved 3 people today as well. I guess what I'm experiencing is systemic hatred for people who are homeless. And so I think I can define hatred. It's the kind of attitudes towards people and the kind of speech that you would use that would force someone to make sure that their life was threatened. And I can say that I would believe that I've seen quite a bit of that in my day. And I would just also like to say that in terms of what hatred is and what I've experienced in this city, I live right downtown. You know where the COVID center was? Well, that group of people over there that were sitting over there, that's my neighborhood. And so they were blocking the entrance to that one day. And I said, please don't do that. This is my neighborhood and I want to get tested and I want to get my vaccine. And they told me they hoped I died within 6 months from getting the vaccine. And then they started yelling, Karen, Karen, Karen. And then they started baaing like sheep. So they were going, ma, ma, ma. My husband had to tell me what that was. That meant sheeple. I didn't know what that meant. So I would just like to say that it was a direct attack, and to me, that was hatred. It was so brutal, and it was on the street, and it was in front of the COVID center, and it was right in front of the entrance. So yes, I know what hatred is. Thank you.
Heather, thank you. I see no questions. The next delegation is Reverend Rosalind Vincent Haven. Welcome, Rosalind. You have 3 minutes and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council, for hearing me. I, too, was at the counter demonstration last week with many of my clergy colleagues. I am a Christian minister, retired, and I was there in support of the marginalized, those children who, some of them's families were rejecting them because of their gender orientation or identity. And I was standing as a middle-class woman, with a white woman with some power, in solidarity. And I too heard, pedophile, pedophile. You're indoctrinating people. It was very scary. I was holding a sign with some of my colleagues, a rainbow sign that said, "You are loved." And I had a gentleman come up to us and started using profanity and saying some very hateful things. Now, I don't have a definition of hate, but I do know what it feels like. And that was very scary for me. I can't imagine what it was like for those transgendered youth who were so brave to be there. I've also, as a Christian minister, sat with grieving parents who are grieving because of the suicide of their teenage transgendered son. And they're grieving because they did not, until it was too late, understand that being transgendered is not a choice or a lifestyle. Thank you very much. I hope you can pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. The next delegation is Julian Ickham. Julian, are you with us in person? And you have 3 minutes. The podium is yours.
So my name is Julian Ickham. I am a socialist, a Republican, like an Irish or Spanish Republican, and a communist. And I have the guts to say that. Last time we heard all this talk of free speech, it came from people like Ernest Zundel and Holocaust deniers. And then we had this whole discussion, is there free speech? Should we allow people to discuss the Holocaust, whatever? What we're seeing is the same thing reemerging. At least these people should have the guts to call themselves what they are. They should at least have the guts to say we are anti-gay, we are want to enforce our religion on people's lifestyle, and we want to. It's true. It is exactly true. When you are in a group of people that have fascist symbols,
Julian,
that makes you a fascist.
Julian,
Okay,
please
I will
address council, and I'm
Okay.
asking the audience to please be calm and listen and give every delegation some respect. So Julian, if you have those comments, they should be directed to council, not at the
Okay,
gallery.
so I am directing these comments to council. I'm not speaking on behalf of the bylaw because I think the bylaw is hypocritical. How can we have this First of all, this bylaw, everyone's talking like it's going to change anything. This bylaw is going to change nothing because the people who are put to force the bylaw are the ones that are actually violating the bylaw. And what I'm talking about is part of the bylaw talks about people who are poor, people of socioeconomic status, and like people who have no homes. When you take people, you deny them the right to exist, you take away their tent, you tell them to move on, you push them away further and further and further. That is hate. You're denying someone the right to exist. And I think that this bylaw is totally hypocritical because
Julian, you're just about
until
out of time. Do you
council
wanna,
stops
conclude?
persecuting homeless people and poor people and moving people along, then council itself and the people who are enforcing the will of council, bylaw officers, police officers, etc., are breaking the very bylaw that they are talking of enforcing. The bylaw has no teeth. I walk to City Hall, people attack me for whatever reason, and they're given a fine that they can or cannot pay. There's no real consequence if you don't drive a car, if you don't pay your ticket, let's be real. It's
So Julian,
it
you're out
has
of
no
time.
teeth.
If you've got one last thought, you can express it now. You're out of time.
Yeah, at least I have the guts to call myself a socialist and a communist. You guys should at least say what you truly
Julian,
are.
thank you very much. The last delegation for the evening is Wen Qing Yang. Wen Qin, are you here?
Sorry,
Sorry?
I filled it out here. That's actually my wife's name. I did an autofill, so.
So you're telling us you're not Wen Qing Yang. Do you want to tell us who you are?
Wen Cheng Yang is my wife. She's in Taiwan right now. This is Peter Sommerfeld.
Okay,
I apologize for that.
you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my only concern was I was listening to Councillor Walsh saying that it's objective. The harassment is an objective, kind of an objective test. But when you read into the bylaw, it uses the words feeling tormented, troubled, worried, plagued. So feelings, I think everyone would agree, are subjective. So my question is, how can you consider it an objective test and give it subjective parameters? So even today, I might say that some people said, I felt tormented, I felt hurt, I felt like there was hatred towards me. Those are just my feelings. I'm not ruled by my feelings. So this is my concern with this bylaw. How can who's the arbiter of feelings? And harassment should be something that's demonstrable, not purely by feelings. And I think this is going to have a chilling effect on free speech, and it's not the direction we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. That is the end of our delegations. Councillor Foxton.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody. This was a great debate. Even some of the people that we thought were maybe a little more aggressive, but this is what I love. This is what I love about Canada. This was great, and I want to thank you very much for all your thoughts.
I would like to add my voice of thanks on behalf of council to everyone who took the time to delegate, including the people that joined us virtually. It does add an awful lot to the consideration that we have, and that agenda item is coming up at 12.1 for everybody who'd like to stay. The next order of business is minutes of the previous meetings. And I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of previous meetings. They're listed 9.1 to 9.10 on the agenda. If I could have a mover. Moved by Counselor Wolf, seconded by everybody on the right side sleeping here. Counselor Shantz, thank you very much. Please use your buttons to move those agenda items.
I'm voting in favor. The system's not letting me vote.
Okay. Counselor Deutschman, are you plugged in? Good, okay. Counselor Leggett, are you plugged in on eScribe? Can you tell us, because it's not showing up? We've got it, thank you. Counselor Wolf, are you voting in favor or against? It hasn't recorded. Thank you. So colleagues, that is carried. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item is council information package. These items have been distributed electronically. It's correspondence related to the proposed amendment to the Code of Use Bylaw 13-050, received after the addendum agenda was published and have been emailed directly to council and are attached to the agenda. These items are to be received for information unless anybody wants to pull something out. Seeing no indication, the next agenda item is a motion to go into the Committee of the Whole to consider reports, and there are several of them. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hunick. All those in favor, please use your e-scribe. That is carried, colleagues. Thank you. Under committee reports, the first is 12.1.1. It's Planning and Work Summary, September the 12th, 2023. There are 1 to 3 items. They cover the regional municipality approve a project design for the Shifley Bridge replacement at Northfield Drive at Conestoga River, Township of Woolwich, and direct staff to file a notice of completion for this class environment assessment study and place the environment study report on the public record for a period of 30 days. The second item under that committee report is to the appointment of the Director of Water and Wastewater Services to act as the owner representative for drinking water systems owned and operated by the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, in a report dated September the 12th, 2023. And number 3 under that grouping is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the traffic and parking bylaw as set out in Schedule A to allow the use of administrative penalties for parking on regional roads pursuant to report dated September the 12th. Moved by Councillor Schott, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. 12.1.2 is Administrative and Finance Summary, September the 12th. I need a mover and a seconder. There are just one item, but there are 4 subsections to it. Moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Do you want me to read them out, or is everybody familiar? It's, you're good? Okay. Please use your e-scribe to vote. So this is 12 A, B, C. That is carried. Next is the closed committee summary, September the 12th. I need a mover and a seconder. There's an A and a B underneath the regional municipality, authorize and direct the regional solicitor on behalf of the regional municipality of Waterloo to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with Angela Celestine Campbell and Robert Douglas Campbell, the owner. And this is for a sum of $801,000 in terms and conditions subject to the satisfaction of the regional solicitor. And B, to authorize and direct the regional solicitor to execute such documents to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Community Services, the regional solicitor, and to carry out the agreement of purchase and sale. Moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item, 12.1.4, is Community and Social Services Summary, September the 12th. I need a mover and a seconder. There are items 1 through 10. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Excuse us for a moment. So, colleagues, I'm going to ask that we move and second the summary. But we're then going to, so we'll pass that, and then we're going to move, not pass, we're going to just move and second it. And then we're going to deal with the Code of Use bylaw amendment.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Verbanovich?
That amendment is one of the items there. So are you saying we're going to deal with everything else but that item and then deal with this item?
Yeah, we can do that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded, so we're voting on everything except the amendment to the Code of Use bylaw. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Councillor Hunick, are you clear on what we're voting on? Okay. Okay. Oh, your e-scribe just froze on you, okay. Councillor Liggett, are you voting in favor of everything except the Code of Use bylaw, which we will take separately? You have a tired e-scribe, Jan, but it did go through. Thank you. So that is carried, colleagues. So now I'm going to turn our attention to the motion before us. So, colleagues, I'm going to open the floor for discussion, recognizing that Graham Walsh is here to provide any kind of clarification or wordsmithing. Clerks is here as well, so we will put up the bylaw. So, Councillor Bravanovich, did you want to speak to this, or do you have a question?
I have questions of staff. I'll hold my comments until later, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Do you want me to ask those now?
Why don't we put up on the screen potential new language, and we're going to let Graham's going to speak to that, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
So if we can go to slide number 5. So we have 2 proposed amendments that were discussed earlier. There we go. So for this particular section, 1.2 sub A and sub B, what we would propose is removing altogether 1.2 sub A, which reads feeling tormented, troubled, worried, plagued, or badgered. After reflection and looking at the wording of the amendments proposed as a whole, we feel that, or it's our position that this is redundant, that the amendments would serve the exact same purpose, and that this doesn't add to or take away in any significant way. But it has been the source of some controversy this evening. With this redundancy, we propose that it could be removed altogether. And then go on to the last page. And further, adding some potential new language to 2 sub 1 that was added or proposed as an amendment. The language in red is what we propose to add to the definition of communicating. And we would add the language, subject to the provision that nothing in this subsection shall prevent or limit a lawful protest. Just for further clarity on the protest issue. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Graham. So I'm sure I don't want to squelch debate. We'll start with Councillor Bravanovich, and I will keep a list. Then we'll go to Councillor Leggett. Councillor Bravanovich.
Yeah, thanks. So like I said, at this point, I just have questions of staff. I'll hold my comments till later. On the questions of staff, first of all, with respect to the proposed amendment that's in front of us, did I understand correctly that we're modeling this after Edmonton and Calgary? And if I heard correctly from some of the delegations, those bylaws have only really been in place for a year or less. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, my understanding is that the language of the Edmonton bylaw and Calgary bylaw influenced or inspired some of the language that was used in this particular amendment, but I wouldn't go as far as to say it was modeled after. There were some changes and there are differences.
Okay. I mean, the direction that we're going, and I want to be clear that I am absolutely opposed to anybody using any kind of hateful or other language that's that potentially victimizes anyone in our community. But I guess my question is, if we're going to go down this path, it's really important to get it right for everyone, both for those who potentially are victimized, as well as ensuring that the overall rights of all our residents, and with rights come responsibilities, are being protected. And so I'm wondering if staff can indicate, because, generally charter law and human rights law is a very specific type of law. Have we done any work in terms of getting external advice on this legislation to ensure that we get the right language, or did we primarily use, internal general municipal law to guide us on this?
Through you, Madam Chair, happy to answer. So, Councillor, we did not seek external advice, but I would say that the description of general, municipal, sort of generalist is not accurate. We do have specialists in litigation. We do have specialists in various types of law here at the region. Those who have dealt with charter issues at many points in their career. We have a very senior legal staff here in-house that have dealt with numerous issues. I would also note that the charter issues in respect of this particular debate circle around some fairly well-established law, that there are a number of precedents. There is a well-formed body of jurisprudence on this particular issue, speaking to the Section 1 analysis in particular, to suggest that we are confident that the charter issues have been addressed and have been considered fully. But we are certainly always happy to take council's direction and seek external opinions. And another opinion is always a good thing in any legal issue.
Thank you.
But is it fair to say that we don't have anyone in-house who specializes in either of those areas?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, I would suggest there's probably a small handful of lawyers in this country who specialize only in charter issues. I'd suggest that litigators deal with, like we have in-house, deal with charter issues on a regular basis. They come up quite frequently. There are a small handful of folks who go to the Supreme Court and only argue charter issues for a living. We certainly did not reach out to one of them.
Yeah, but my question was charter or human rights.
Through you, Madam Chair, as far as human rights goes, that's also another area of the law that our lawyers would frequently deal with. I can tell you I have extensive experience myself in human rights law, and I'm a certified specialist by the Law Society of Ontario.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Vrbanovic, happy to come back to you if you have further questions. Councillor Wolf is next.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank everyone as well today who contributed to the debate tonight. And it was good to hear all sides of this argument. I do think that the changes that we've made to the bylaw satisfy many of the concerns that we heard tonight. And I think that looking at some of the emails that we received, we need to do all we can to support our marginalized citizens. We want to make sure that the region and its buildings are safe, inclusive places for people to be. And I think, though the bylaw isn't all-powerful, it's a step in the right direction to showing that we believe in this principle and that we will do all in our power to protect people. So with both the changes in the bylaw, I will strongly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Huney.
Thank you, Chair. I want to point out to my colleagues as well as the community at large that this bylaw, as it's proposed, does not prevent us from holding opposing views, but it does prevent us from expressing those views in ways that hurt other people. And for that reason, I will be wholeheartedly supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a statement more than a question, correct? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you. I just put my hand back up, so you might want to take my hand down. So I'm assuming we're speaking to the amendment, since that's what was put on the floor here a minute ago. We had also spoken about 2H1 to remove the word feel and put B in there. So I think that needs to be part of the amendment to the amendment. And I also have a problem with 1.2, the words objectionable or unwelcome, as one of the delegates spoke about, that's also not objective. That's subjective. And I think the wording there those two words need to be taken out and somehow change that B changed so that the rest of it can stay in there. And then I'm fine to go forward once those other two changes have been made to what the amendment to the amendment is.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Those changes are being made in real time and will be posted before we ask anybody to cast a ballot on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deutschmann.
So just to clarify, is this a time just for questions? I don't have a question, but are we to wait to comment on the amendment?
We're sort of mixing it together. Do you have a comment on the amendment, or were you just looking for a straight question?
No question. I'll wait to comment on the whole thing after when the dust settles. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I would like to see somewhere in the amendment that it says the Charter of Rights and Freedom still stand, and then the moving forward with the rest of the amendment. If we could fit in the Charter of Rights and Freedom in that as well, so that people are clear that we're not taking away your rights or your freedom to protest. But we are concerned about aggression towards each other. And I have to say that I have, if I may, with your permission, at council on a Monday night, we discussed this thoroughly, and my council felt that we really need to talk more about respect and insisting that we respect one another and hear each other's points of views rather than aggression So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. I support the changes that have been proposed, and fine with that. I do have a question. It's not related to this specific amendment. I can wait for after. Is it okay to just ask? It's just for clarification based on some of the conversation we've heard tonight.
I think we're kind of taking this as a whole, so if you have other comments that impinge on this, I would suggest maybe you make them now.
Okay, all right. For Graham, in terms of the enforcement and the education of bylaw officers, can you just speak to that process?
Through you, Madam Chair. So, Councillor, my understanding is that when a new bylaw like this that is introduced, that extensive training of the bylaw enforcers is involved to familiarize them with the law itself and the new bylaw, to familiarize them with the legal issues surrounding this, and to make them aware of how to go about enforcement. And then this is something I understand is part of a larger process where trainees involved. There's a tracking, there's an implementation where we monitor how the project is going. We seek feedback. We audit. I'm speaking generally to the process that would be involved, but in this particular case, I can say that the training would certainly focus very much on the charter issues that are associated with this particular case, the reasonableness standard that we talked about at great length earlier, and understanding when it's appropriate to enforce this bylaw and when perhaps to seek guidance, seek judgment from senior staff or legal counsel.
Okay, just one other follow-up or request, actually. Should this be approved today, I would like to see staff come back with a report back on the process, as well as that's clearly outlined for the public to understand and to build some trust around this, should this be approved today.
So if I can reflect back what I'm hearing, Councillor James, is we will deal with this motion, and then in addition to that, we would refer it back to staff to come back and clarify for the public and for council exactly what enforcement would look like in penalties and maybe guardrails around the legislation.
Absolutely. Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Williams next.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to voice my support for removing the notion of feelings from this amendment. I feel like we definitely should be focusing more on the behaviors of the people, because it puts the onus back on the region to be the one that is, showing the direction of being supportive, of being a safe place to be, instead of just putting the onus on the person who may feel marginalized to come forward. So I think that that's an important step that we're taking with this as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues. You've all said it very well, and all my questions have been answered. I guess I would just add that we've talked at our council too about creating opportunities for a community to come together and interact, and we've had some really strong community leaders do that at a grassroots level, and I think that's what we need, is to just come together and get to know each other. And I'm concerned with some of the emails that we received, and I suppose there'll always be those kind of emails. So I support the motion. I support the direction we're going. I think Councillor James for asking to have the process clarified. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ravanovich, I see you on again. Do you want to see what the amendments look like to comment on them, or do you have additional suggestions for amendments?
Well, no, I had one question and one amendment, Chair Redmond.
This would be a good time.
Yeah. So on the question, we did hear from a number of delegations who were expressing concerns about things that they hear or they know of others who have heard on roadways, and so I think it's important that we get some clarification if things like regional roadways are included here, or are we purely talking about things like our transit system, regional buildings, and so on, because I think it's important that the public has that clarity.
So Graham, can you answer that question, or is that one that needs to be further clarified?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that regional roads would not, this would not apply to conduct on regional roads. This is really regional facilities, premises, property.
So transit would be included, including our LRT, even though it's, part of a contract or whatever. Just so that we're all clear on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, my apologies, Councillor. Yes, indeed, it would apply to Grand River Transit, excuse me.
Okay, great. And then just in terms of a follow-up, with the items that Councillor James has asked for, I think, once we have this final piece of work, I guess, before it comes back to us, I would like to have staff, as part of that follow-up, get to refer it to make sure that to a lawyer that specializes in this space, so that we have that information ahead of time, or not ahead of time, but rather as part of any final considerations that we're going to deal with beyond approving it today.
Graham?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely, Councillor. We're happy to follow Council's direction in that regard.
So I would say that right now that is something that Councillor Pravanovich is promoting. Do I see consensus that everybody would like to have that happen? Doesn't have to be a formal motion, but it needs to be direction from council. I'm not seeing consensus. Okay, we'll put that in the parking lot for a minute. And Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair Redmond, I'm just wondering if Graham can clarify, why would this bylaw not apply to regional roads?
My understanding is the larger bylaw that was drafted back and passed in 2004 does not apply to regional roads. So this is part of a larger bylaw that has existed for a number of years, and its applicability does not include regional roads. That's my understanding.
Do we know why it doesn't, or
I can't speak to 2004, unfortunately, Councillor.
Would you like that information to come back, Councillor Hunick?
I think so.
Okay,
Yes.
so right now we're dealing with an amendment of an existing bylaw. That bylaw did not cover regional roads, so we will do a little bit of sleuthing to find out why that was not included.
Thank you.
When the original bylaw was written.
Yes, please.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I just need some clarification. First, on the issue of the roads, we could always come back and deal with that issue on another day. But just with Councillor or Mayor Verbanovich's comments about the legal opinion, I'm not clear. Is that suggesting that we're going to get a legal opinion before we approve this motion? I kind of lost track with respect to that issue. I just want to make sure I understand.
I think if I can answer, Madam Chair, my request was that just like the other items that Councillor James asked for, that would come back as a follow-up beyond our essential vote in principle today that we're going to be dealing with, that would come back as part of that as well.
So again, just to clarify, approve this today and it would be in place, and you're suggesting getting an opinion after that.
Again, I think what we heard, Councillor Deutschmann, was that there were a number of areas that staff needed to come back on. That was the request from Councillor James, and I'm asking that this be one of those as well.
But again, it's a simple question. I just need to know, just so I understand what's happening.
So Councillor Deutschmann and Councillor Verbanovich, I really appreciate the fact that you're seeking clarity, but it's starting to feel like a tennis game here. So I'm going to intervene and say that were we to seek outside legal opinion on any aspect of this, I would suggest that that needs to be a standalone motion that either will rise or fall, and we will get clarity on it. So it's something that council would have to express its position on. So I understand that Councillor Verbanovich would like to see that input. I'm going to suggest we put that in the parking lot for a minute. We deal with the motion, and if somebody doesn't feel that comfortable with the due diligence. I personally am very comfortable with what Mr. Walsh has told us about the expertise and the fact that there are 2 other motions that exist within Canada but not Ontario that have been around for about a year and have not hampered the public expression of petitioning that people are worried about, that I'm comfortable with that, but I'm suggesting the things that Councillor James was requesting, I think, are clarity, and the amendment won't come into effect probably until the end of the year, so there is time for that to be clarified. So I'm going to suggest that we put the amendment up and invite people to talk about whether they, how they feel about the amendment. And so, Councillor Deutschman, I'm going to go back to you. You have the floor. Do you want to make any comments on the amendments as they were proposed? We'll put them up so everybody can see them.
Well, I just wanted to say, I echo your comments. I'm satisfied with the expertise that our staff, our legal staff has that is specific to municipal law. Charter lawyers deal with all sorts of matters, from criminal issues and all sorts of things. We have senior staff like Graham who have significant experience in charter matters and human rights codes matters. And so I just want to say to council, you can be rest assured that that we've got a good opinion from our legal staff with respect to the viability of what we're proposing here today. Thank you.
So we're about to put the amendment up, and I'm going to read it. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the Code of Use Bylaw 13-050 in accordance with Appendix A to prohibit harassment, discriminatory behavior on regional premises pursuant to a report dated September the 12th, 2023, and that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo amend the proposed bylaw to include socioeconomic and housing status, and that Section 1 of Section B of the bylaw be amended by adding subsections 1.1 and 1.2 as follows. 1.1, communicating and communication includes but is not limited to words spoken, written, or recorded electronically or magnetically or otherwise, as well as gestures, signs, or other visible representations. And 1.2, harassed includes but is not limited to experiencing objectionable or unwelcome conduct, comment, bullying, or actions that could reasonably cause offense or humiliation, including conduct, comment, bullying, or actions because of race, religious beliefs, color, disability, age, ancestry, place of origin, marital status, source of income, family status, gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation. And that subsection 2.2 bracket 2 of Schedule B of the bylaw be amended to add the following subsection H.1. Communicating, causing, or permitting communication with any person in a way that causes the person reasonably in circumstances to constitute harassment, subject to the provision that nothing in this subsection shall prevent or limit a lawful protest. And that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo recognizes that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is paramount. So I am going to go to Councillor McCabe, who hasn't spoken on this issue yet, and I do see I have other speakers that would like to weigh in again, but Councillor McCabe?
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Chair. And just wanted to say thank you to the delegates who came forward in support of this motion. In particular, I want to particularly thank them, because I think it took a lot of courage to come forward in an environment, as we know, that has become increasingly under scrutiny and troubled. So thank you for the courage to do that. And, you know, just want to say on behalf of myself that you're welcome, you're valued in your truest form in our community. So thank you for that. I just, to the motion, I'd just like to move, I'd like to move the motion if, to get it on the floor for further discussion, so.
So for clarity, you are moving the amended amendment to the bylaw for code of use.
Exactly.
Thank
Yes.
you. As written.
As written, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hunick, are you seconding it? Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's still a change that I'm not seeing there. And I appreciate the changes that were made and the wording. I'm fine with the rest of it as requested. But B still has subjective wording like objectionable and unwelcome. It's not objective. I think that was missed.
So you're proposing an amendment to the amendment to the amendment?
Well, no, that was in my original amendment to the amendment. That was one of the items.
So I'm going to look for consensus. How does council feel about, and I guess we have to have it back up on the screen to see those words taken out. And your concern, Councillor Leggett, is that they are subjective and perhaps rely on the aggrieved party to make
Correct.
the interpretation.
Yes, still it's, yeah, that's what I spoke about originally. It's part of what I said. My other part was addressed. It's taken care of, but that one was not.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Go ahead, Councillor Deutschman.
I don't see socioeconomic status or housing status after sexual orientation.
It's earlier up in the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so then when we get the final one, it'll be there.
Right.
If this is passed. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Graham?
Through Madam Chair, I just wanted to address the issue of unwelcome. I would just put that's not quite mirroring, but very similar to the language used in the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the Human Rights Code that describes harassment. And that's the origin of that language. And it's we talked earlier about mirroring, similar legislation. That would be one example where we're already doing that.
So my sense, Councillor Leggett, is that not everybody is comfortable with removing that. So if you want to put that forward as a separate motion, we can vote on it separately.
Okay, so my point in doing that was who considers it objectionable if it's not part of the human rights? It's not objective. If the onus is still on the person who is saying that there's unwelcome or objectionable conduct towards them. So I can make it a separate motion. That's fine with me, but it still follows along the same lines as the other wording that has been changed.
Okay, so Councillor Leggett is suggesting that be removed. We're stacking up our amendments of amendments here. So is somebody willing to second that objectionable and unwelcome be deleted from the amendment before us? So, Councillor Leggett, one of our colleagues is asking, you just are suggesting it be deleted, not something else be inserted, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone that wants to second that? Councillor Bravanovich, are you seconding it? Okay.
Yes, I am, so that there
Okay.
discussion on it.
Okay, so we're now just going to deal with Councillor Leggett's proposed amendment. So it would be the deletion of objectionable and unwanted. So please use your e-scribe to vote if you are in favor of having those two words deleted from the proposed amendment.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. Are we not having any debate or discussion on this proposed amendment?
Absolutely. Would you like to discuss it now, Councillor Deutschman?
Sure. I'm not in favor of that change. I appreciate where Councillor Leggett is coming from with respect to the subjective objective, but even the whole concept of bullying is a subjective assessment. And at the end of the day, it's going to be up to our bylaw enforcement officers, just as anything in our legal system is up to, for example, police or a Crown prosecutor, to decide whether the conduct meets the test and whether they're going to move forward and fine. So there's always going to be some subjective element to determining, and a number of those items in that paragraph are subject to a subjective assessment. And so I don't feel that it would be proper to remove those items from that. I think they provide some guidance for the bylaw who will be assessing and determining whether the conduct that they're dealing with meets the test or meets this bylaw or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschman. Anybody else? Councillor Foxton.
It just, if we take it out, experiencing conduct, that doesn't really make sense to me.
Okay.
So if there's something else you wanted to put in there, Councillor Leggett, but experiencing conduct, I don't know how you would end up trying to deal with that.
Through you, Madam Chair, it continues, experience conduct, comment, bullying, or actions that could reasonably cause offense or humiliation. It doesn't change, if it taking that out still keeps that entire statement intact.
Okay, Councillor Hunick?
I think I'm not in favor of the amendment because, as Grant has stated, it weakens the mirror of other legislation. So legislation, as well as what Councillor Foxton says, it doesn't make grammatical sense to me.
Okay, I see no further speakers, so I'm going to call the question. Councillor Salonen, sorry.
No, that was me to be on this list before this amendment and before we passed the other one, so I'm still waiting in that queue.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will get to you, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. This is to take out those two words. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote. So colleagues, that is defeated. So we are back to the amended amendment. And Councillor Salonen, I have to apologize. I don't have a speaker's list in front of me and you weren't waving your arms. So if you'd like to enter into the discussion, feel free.
It's okay, I knew I would eventually get there. I was wondering, could we bring up the amended motion again? I just had a question on one word. But whatever, we're on the amended, the nice document that was up before, if we could have that brought up.
So you mean the new wording that we're now discussing?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted clarification on what exactly definition under section H.1 permitting communication would mean. I'm just curious if that means like if a bystander is present, is that deemed as permitting communication? If they are in an area, that's all that I wanted clarification on.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak to the impetus for that particular phrase being included. I would imagine that was borrowed from another example, but I think it's just generally the intent of this provision is to try to enumerate as many potential examples of communication that would fall under the bylaw. It's not exclusive. There are certainly, does allow for potentially more in terms of that language that says, but not limited to. I think really it's just an intent to try to list as much as they could. That's a traditional drafting technique with legislation. I don't think it changes anything significantly if it's removed.
Councillor Salonen?
Okay, if it doesn't add any value really to the wording, I mean, removing just so that it isn't potentially used in the future for bystanders, but I'm open to discussion and hear what people have to say on that. I'm curious.
Madam Chair, I'd second that amendment.
Okay, so that is to remove one word from H.1.H or H.1, which is?
I would say causing and permitting. Just communicating is sufficient.
I would agree with that, Councillor Deutschman. Thank you.
So it just says communicating with any person in a way that causes? Okay, is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, I'm seeing the mover and the seconder agreeing. Councillor James, you're good? Okay, I actually had on Councillor Williams.
Oh, I was just gonna voice my support for that, but also I feel like having the first definition of communication is almost redundant as well, because I feel like, I mean, this is just a suggestion, throwing it out there, but we could just say something along the lines of all forms of communication that would result in experiencing objectionable or unwelcome conduct. And then that way, that whole first part would not have to be there, and we just have one kind of nice, concise way of saying it. But that's just, yeah.
Graham, do you have a comment?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would just note that I would suggest that might potentially affect how this is interpreted going forward. As I said, this is a drafting technique where a list is provided. It's not an exhaustive list. It leaves room for additional examples of communication, but those that are foreseeable, those that are potentially intended to be included, you would list those so that the minds of council at the moment when you vote to approve this is understood by whoever goes to interpret that in the future. So it's a drafting technique to try to put right down there in black and white what council's mindset was when the bylaw was passed, as opposed to leaving it to open to interpretation of whoever, a lawyer, a judge, whoever at a future date. I would suggest that potentially does provide some utility for this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed that at the end, we had the extra addition as well, so I thought maybe they were kind of overlapping, but I guess if they make sense in sequence, then that would make sense.
So colleagues, I'm going to circle back to Councillor Bravanovich and Councillor Deutschman because I felt I somewhat truncated their conversation. So Councillor Bravanovich, do you want to make some comments or do you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Chair Edmund. I will make some comments, but I will also move my amendment to the amendment that I've sent to the clerk, which has to do with the solicitor, and that the regional solicitor seek a peer review of the final bylaw from a solicitor specializing in human rights and/or charter law before bringing it back to council for final ratification. Because as we know, with the amendment that's in front of us, there are a number of items that need to come back in addition to the items that Councillor James has requested. On the overall bylaw, Madam Chair, if I can just speak to it, I will be supporting the amendment. I want to begin by thanking everyone who came today or who has written to us with their viewpoints. I will say, as some others have indicated, there has been some input that has come in that, quite frankly, I find troubling, more than troubling in terms of some of the language that was used in that input. I think, though, what this and other incidents in recent days and recent weeks, though, has shown us is that there is much more work that needs to be done in our communities, in our province, and quite frankly, in our country, in order to build bridges and build understanding amongst peoples so that there is a level of mutual respect and understanding in a manner that respects everyone's individual choices and individual rights that they have as human beings. I think this bylaw amendment will hopefully help in that regard, but it's clear it's not going to solve all the situations and all the problems that exist in our community, and it's really, as Mayor Shantz and others have indicated, it's really going to be work that needs to be done amongst the broader community, as I said, to build those bridges and build the connections that build a society that's mutually respectful and understanding of each other. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just sort of lost track which motions we're on right now, but given that Councillor Radanovic has put his motion on the table first off, I didn't take anything from Councillor James as suggesting that her request for clarification on how bylaw would operate under this new amendment required us to delay approving this tonight. That was to me, and she can clarify for me, but my understanding was this is something that would come back after. And so I cannot support Councillor Urbanovic's motion to say that we need a legal opinion. We have a valid legal opinion, a strong legal opinion from senior staff that we hire here at the region who are experienced in dealing with human rights issues and charter issues from a municipal lens every day. And so we have all the information, all the legal information that we require from Graham. And in fact, he just told us he's certified as a specialist, which is a significant ranking within the legal profession. That's not something that you get lightly. It's certainly not a King's Counsel designation. It's something you have to earn and not only get educated, but experience and to meet the test to become specially designated is significant in my profession. So I appreciate that. I wasn't aware of that. And so that's something new I learned tonight. So that gives me even more confidence in the legal opinion that we have with respect to this motion. Thank you.
So, Councillor Deutschman, I really think you were just sort of wandering into some political comment there with King's Counsel. I would just have to say, and I can go to Councillor James for clarity, but my understanding is, and notwithstanding Councillor Vrbanovic's wish for other legal opinions, is that we will ratify this tonight. This is a council meeting, and what Councillor James is actually asking for is clarity on the implementation. So tonight, when we vote on this motion, it will be implemented and we will go forward with further information. Councillor James, I assume that that's what you were talking about.
That is it. It's just clarity of the process and implementation for bylaw officers once we have gone through, hopefully ratify.
So, Councillor Vrbanovic, we can put the motion forward, but I would tell you that it would seem somewhat in cross purposes with the main motion, but I'll go back to you if you want to speak to it.
Point of order, and we can put it back up on the screen, please.
Your motion, Councillor?
No, the main one. I mean, mine's an amendment to the main one. Can we put it at a size that's readable?
Is that bigger or smaller?
Yeah, and go back to the top. That's bigger, yeah. So the proposed bylaw is going to be dealt with today. And the bylaw is going to be coming back to us before the end of the year for implementation. That's part of the process that we've been talking about all evening. And so all I'm saying is that as part of it coming back to us is that peer review of the final wording and everything that staff are going to be doing is going to include that. So staff is saying that there's a different process that's happening than what has been said to us all evening, then I'd like that clarification.
So I think it's a matter of interpretation, and I will look to Graham to confirm it, but my understanding is we're dealing with this bylaw tonight. It will become in force. It will be an amendment to our existing bylaw, and what Councillor James has asked for is the implementation, and we have discussed the fact that we need to train and educate bylaw officers and have clarity on fines and who is enforcing it, and those are the details that will come back, but the amendment will already be passed. Graham?
Through you, Madam Chair. So because this has a delayed implementation date, so it's not effective until January 1st, I believe the discussions revolved around what do we do in the interim period in terms of updating council on what preparations are being made. And then Councillor Vrbanovic, my understanding is that that's what you're referring to is the interim period before it comes into force.
That's right, between now and then, because the reality is that during that period, you guys are going to do your work. the fines and so on are going to become part of this as well, ultimately. And you're going to bring the final piece back to us in the future.
So colleagues, I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking at our thinning gallery. I would like to thank all of you for staying as long as you have. I have 2 more speakers and then I'm going to call the question.
Well, presumably, Madam Chair, you're going to deal with the amendment to the amendment and then...
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have Councillor Liggett and Councillor Erb. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see no downside to what Councillor Verbanovich is asking for. It's actually, by the time this comes around, the peer review will have been done. It doesn't affect this bylaw amendment and of the amendment of being voted on tonight. We're still going to do all of that stuff. And I'm okay with that. And so I will be supporting Mayor Bogdanovich's motion here, or amendment to the whatever. I'm getting lost in all of this. But I just want to make a comment too, because I haven't commented on what's been coming at us. These emails, like everybody has been saying, a lot of them have been very disturbing, and it's reflective of the intent that this bylaw has been hoping to prevent. Others have been respectful and articulate, and I think we've addressed all of that. Those types of emails and what we're doing. We've listened to what people have said and we are making those changes. But I want to tell people who are out there who have sent the emails, the minute you start having anonymous handles or not signing who you are, you have no voice anymore because you're not a real person anymore. You're a ghost out there. So if you believe in something, then sign your name to it so we all know who you are and we can deal with who you are. But a lot of this has been vile and vindictive, and I'm supportive of this amendment to the bylaw. I think it's very important that we show that we stand up for everybody in our community. So I'm fully supportive of what Barry has brought forward, and I'm fully supportive of all of the changes and amendments here tonight.
So I'm going to acknowledge Councillors Erb, Shantz, and Deutschman, and then I'm going to call the amendment to the amendment and then the amendment due to the hour. So Councillor Erb, go ahead.
So I want to speak in favor, in support of the motion. So am I in order and not?
You are in order.
Thank you, thank you. So I want to speak in support of this motion. I was disappointed and saddened by, I think, all of council with some of the emails and communication that we received leading up to this evening. And for that very reason, I think alone is why we need to amend this bylaw. I think we need to be the voice of the people that are voiceless in this debate, who didn't feel comfortable coming here this evening to speak. And if we aren't their voice, I'm not sure who is going to be. So I strongly support this amendment to the bylaw. And I think with all the work that the region has undertaken in the past year or two related to equity, diversion, inclusion, and reconciliation, this is just another step in reinforcing what we want this region to be. And for all of us to support that, I think it's very important. And you know, to create tolerance and goodwill in the community, we have to be able to speak with one another and respect one another in those differences. And so I hope this has been a bit of a learning experience for us, that some of the language and some of the thoughts that have been used are not helpful, and that we can move in a direction where we create that feeling of belonging and goodwill in the region. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Councillor Shantz and Deutschman, are you addressing Councillor Bogdanovich's? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I believe Mr. Walsh is very capable of providing the information that he has, but I also don't mind getting another set of eyes on it. I would suggest maybe using, instead of when, I think the word was when it's ratified, because we're going to ratify it tonight, maybe when it's implemented, if Mayor Verbanovich is okay with that?
Councillor Deutschman, is this too about the, Councillor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was going to say the exact same thing. I don't know why final ratification is there. We're going to be implementing, so I'm fine with the motion if it says back to council for implementation.
Okay, so
I'm fine
Councillor
with that.
Verbanovich appears to be agreeable to that, but nobody seconded. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and I'm going to speak to it, and then I'm going to call the question, and I will not be supporting this. I think Councillor Deutschman's done a really good job of talking about the caliber of the legal staff that we have at the region, the fact that there are other existing bylaws that are very similar to this, and that we will be implementing this over time, and we are amending a motion that has been on the books for several years. So I will not support the amendment, but I will now call the question. So all those in, please vote with your e-scribe, and this is on, do we have the motion? The motion will come up in a second, or maybe the vote. Don't worry. So it is up there that regional solicitors seek a peer review of final bylaw from a solicitor specializing in human rights and/or charter law before the implementation of the bylaw. So colleagues, that is lost. I'm going to go back to the main amendment, and I'm wondering, I have read it already, but we'll put it back up for everybody to look at. Does anybody need me to read it out aloud again? This has been moved and seconded, so when we okay, so now we are calling the question. And colleagues, I think this is a testament to the fact that people went away and thought about this. People listened to all sides of the conversation. And I'm really proud of this amendment because it's built on the hard work of the Anti-Racism Advisory Working Group, the recommendations they made, advice we got from the Coalition of Muslim Women and other marginalized people in our community that do suffer from this. And colleagues, that is passed unanimously. Well done, colleagues. And we're not done yet. So we're now on 12.1.5. This is a summary of the closed council meeting that we had today. And this ratifies recommendations that were made by an advisory committee on community representatives on several very key committees that we have at the region. But before we vote on that, I'm going to ask, we need 2 representatives for Active Transportation Advisory Committee who are councillors. Is anyone volunteering? We are looking for 2 council representatives for Active Transportation Advisory Committee. So Councillor Salonen is joining. I'm sure that's Councillor James. Okay, and Councillor Wolf, that is wonderful. We need 1 representative at least for the Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee. Councillor Hunick, are you volunteering? No. No, you know what? We will fill these after the fact if there's nobody jumping up and down. And I am looking at the screen. Now, we need 1 or 2 representatives for public Art Advisory Committee, and I know that Councillor Deutschman would love to be on that, and it looks like Councillor Hunick would too. All right. Now, Councillor Deutschman is so happy he's waving his hands. We need one or two, Councillor Deutschman, so we have room for you. Okay. So now I'm going to go, and I am not going to read it. I just want to tell you, we had outstanding candidates put their names forward, and I'm going to forget somebody who was Councillor Wolf, Councillor Salonen, Councillor James. Was that everybody that was on the committee? And Councillor Harris. Thank you. Sorry. And we had our equity, diversity, and inclusion staff. Stephanie was there representing Paula, and Fazia Beg was there. So it was a great process and very supported by clerks. Julie and Tim were there, and it was a really good process. So we have amazingly engaged community that are very anxious to get going on these important issues. So I will not read the names of the ATAC, EAC, the Kissing Bridge Trailway Advisory Committee, or the Public Art Advisory Committee, but I would entertain a motion to receive those names. Councillor Foxton.
Just very quickly, I think in the past it's been difficult to fill a lot of these positions. I can't believe the numbers. And on the radio today on 570, Mike Farwell was talking about the lack of volunteers in our society today, and I commend all these people and thank them very much for putting their names forward, including the council representatives.
It was a very robust discussion, and I would have to tell you that we are looking at ways to continue to have equity-seeking people at the decision-making table, and we've looked at orientation, onboarding, and how we advertise for volunteers, and we will continue to improve and do better as we go forward. So it has been moved and seconded. No, it hasn't been. Councillor Foxton, are you moving? And Councillor Salonen is seconding. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. And I am very pleased to welcome Dr. Julie Emily, Associate Medical Officer of Health, to give us a verbal update on all things public health. Welcome, Dr. Emily. Nice to see you.
Yes, it's nice to see everyone in person, so thank you, Chair Redmond and Council, for providing me the opportunity to give you a brief public health update. So as you may be aware, we are starting to see signs that respiratory season is starting locally. We've had our first case of influenza, and we're starting to see a slow increase in our COVID-19 wastewater and outbreaks in our congregate care settings. It's important for everyone in our community to get vaccinated at the beginning of respiratory season, so to ensure that we are all protected when peak circulation of the respiratory viruses will start in a couple months. The influenza and new XBB COVID-19 vaccines will be available in the next week or so. It will start with our highest risk populations in the community, and that would include hospitalized patients and staff, residents and staff in long-term care facilities, followed by retirement homes and other congregate settings. The influenza vaccine will then be available for the general public and anyone aged over 6 months, starting at the end of October. And then the new COVID XBB vaccine will be available also once supply permits. And you may also be aware that we are rolling out our first ever immunization program with the RSV vaccine. And we will be starting with people over age 60 living in long-term care homes, elder care homes, and some retirement home residents. So similar to the criteria for high-risk individuals that are affected by respiratory viruses overall. So we will be offering these vaccines, the COVID-19 and the influenza vaccine, in our clinics. And as we get more supply, we will be ensuring our mobile bus is out into the municipalities. And also our homebound nursing team will go to individuals who can only access that through their home, and also our neighborhood nursing team. So for more information about details about the clinics, you can see our website. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Emily. And I think this is probably the second or third person I've ever actually seen you in person. Lots of Zoom calls, so lovely to see you here. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for that update, and I'm sure you'll keep us posted as we enter flu season. Okay, I'm now going to call on Mr. Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, to speak to the next report.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. So you have a report before you on a request for a waiver of an official plan amendment fee by the owners of 110 Royal Oak Drive in Cambridge. We received notification this afternoon that they're withdrawing their request for the waiver of the fee, and so there's no need for the resolution that we have before us, but council can simply accept the report for information.
Thank you very much for that update. The next item to deal with is motion for Committee of the Whole to rise and council to resume. If I get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And you're voting that the Committee of the Whole rise and council resume. That is carried, colleagues. Next is a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. That is carried. Councillor Liggett, are you still with us? We're waiting to record your vote. Thank you very much. That is carried, colleagues, and we're going to move on to a motion to adopt proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Please use your buttons to vote for or against. Council adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. Councillor Wolf. That is carried. Thank you, colleagues. Just for anybody watching, we now do recorded votes, which is why it's very important that everybody be registered. So it takes a little bit of extra time, but that is how we're going to roll. I have no motions, no notices of motion, no unfinished business. Any other business? Oh, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. Rod, I'm kind of looking at you for this ask/request. There's been a lot of movement, Rebuild 23, planning authority, delegation between the area municipalities. As Chair of Planning and Works, I'd like a report back or some education just on that transition, what it's looking like in terms of impact for the region, regional staff, and just to provide some update around that transition for us at a future date.
Yeah, through you, Chair Redmond, no problem. There's a lot of work going on between the area municipalities and the region, and we're happy to bring back a report for council on updating you on that progress.
Councillor James.
I just want to speak to how important today was the decision of council regarding the bylaw, and to those who wrote in those who have called, this is democracy, and I think it gives me a little hope that there are engaged residents out there. But I do want to speak to some of the realities, and I often don't speak to my lived experience in experiencing hate and the importance of recognizing that on regional property, using regional services, there is hate that happens all the time. And we don't have the crowd we had in here earlier today, but to anybody who has been, and again, speaking from lived experience, spat on, called derogatory, dehumanizing names over and over again, what we're hoping for is changed behavior and respect in this region, respect for each other. We can have differences of opinions, but we shouldn't be dehumanizing people. And that is what happens. I work with housing providers who speak to the way in which dehumanizing happens, the racism, the discrimination, thinking about our employees at the region and who have been subjected to hate. The reality is we shouldn't need to have this amendment in the bylaw, and the realities are we do. And when it comes down to it, it is about respect for every individual who lives, who works, who reside, who plays in this region. I was at a Joy Summit speaking to teens last week, and they were talking about what brings them joy. And it is about going around in transit. It is about the market. It is about being in Uptown Waterloo, and it is about feeling safe in the communities that they are in, that they are, going to continue to contribute to. And what we're doing now is going to have impact on future generations in this region. And we should always be able to have peaceful protest and to talk about the things and to have conversations, even with differencing of opinions. But when we dehumanize people for who they are, what they may believe, that is when there is a problem. I want to thank the colleagues around this table for the dialogue and the discourse and the research into, how do we get to a place of common ground with this to move forward. So that is what I want to say, but we do know that there is lots of education that is needed around misinformation and around narratives that really do cause harm. And the realities are there are people who may have been harmed today by listening to some of the narratives, and I recognize that. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Councillor James. It's very impactful, and I think your words ring true to everybody sitting around this horseshoe and joining us virtually. I have no unfinished business. I think we just did other business. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion to enact bylaws first, second, and third readings. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Williams. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
It's not accepting my vote. I voted yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Banovich. You catapult us over the carried line. That's great. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn. I see hands in the gallery. Councillor Wolf, Councillor McCabe, all those in favor, please use your e-scribe. Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. It was a fulsome and rich debate, and